popcorn is burned. I don't know how I did it. The popcorn is burned. The popcorn. I don't know how I did it. I'm unhappy. I burned the popcorn. I don't know how I did it. I'm very unhappy about it. Burned the popcorn. I don't know how I did it. Okay, let's very advertise. Okay, let's very advertise. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody that's here. Hello, everybody. And everybody that's not here. Everybody that's here. Everyone without exception. And everybody that's not, especially you. Everyone without exception. 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 Everybody that's not, especially you. Hello, hello. How are you? Hello, I'm eating this burned popcorn. I'm eating this. I don't know how I did it, but I burned. I don't know how I did the popcorn in the microwave. But I burned. I don't know how I did the popcorn in the microwave. But I burned. I don't know how I did the popcorn in the microwave. But I burned. I don't know how I did the popcorn in the microwave. But I burned. Dobry dzień. That's right. Or dzień dobry, as you say in Polish. Dobry dzień. Oh wow, as you say in Polish. Dobry dzień. Oh wow, as you say in Polish. There you go. No echo. No problem. Blech. I just took a burnt one. So dobry dzień in Ukrainian and dzień dobry in Polish. You know? Oh. Okay, let us start with something simple. Let us start with relaxing a bit, with stealing some content. What do you say? Dobry dzień in Testina. In Ukrainian, it's dobry dzień. Dobry dzień. And sometimes people just say dobre. Cześć, siema. President Sunday, of course. Of course, President Sunday. We're gonna be watching his video about Xander Hall. No, wrong thing. Oh my god. President Sunday hates Xander Hall for some reason. Did you know? But it's okay. Oh my god, what a thumbnail. Oh my god. Friendship over. Blah. Vomiting Xander Hall. The assassination of Vosh by the coward Xander Hall. Jesus. I'm pretty okay today. I hope. I try to be okay. Alright. Where is it? Look at this. Look at this thumbnail. Vomiting Xander Hall. Oh my god. Hello, the Dark Canuck. Look at this thumbnail. Xander Hall is about to get roasted. Like a duck. Get it? Because I'm all about ducks. Roasted duck. Get it? You get it? Have you been into any specific song lately? No. I'm a very unspecific person. Cannibalism? Okay, assassination of Vosh by the coward Xander Hall. Are you ready for this? I am ready. I am ready to learn. Jesus. The assassination of Vosh by coward Xander Hall. Let's go.
Considering what you're saying.
What?
Big rule, never mention when you're feeling sick, because no one ever notices till you mention it.
And
Absolutely.
going along.
I have to watch this again. I feel sick. Nobody notices till you mention it. Nah, I don't actually feel sick. So you don't have to notice it. I'm eating a slightly burnt popcorn.
Big rule, never mention when you're feeling sick, because no one ever notices till you mention it.
And
Absolutely.
going along with what you're saying, but not actually internalizing any of it and like introspective.
That was a very strange moment in Xander Hall's career, and I suspect it will haunt him till the end of days. That one day when he... Why did he throw up? Was he ill or something? Yes, he did. He did throw up on stream, but I have no idea why. I have no idea what happened that made him throw up on stream. Don't worry, Sunday rematches the pick several times. What? President Sunday also threw up on stream? Oh, okay.
Considering
It was like President Sunday matches the throwing up. He vomits himself to match the energy. He was smoking sometimes. That makes people nauseous. Wait, smoking pot makes people nauseous? Because I assume Xander Hall smokes pot, right? Does that really make people nauseous? That's weird. Okay, let's start.
saying.
Now let us consider Xander Hall the traitor. Xander Hall recently came out swinging against Vosh. You can see the little greasy nerd up in the right corner there. And even called Vosh right-wing, apparently. Or
What?
right-wing grifter, or implied it at least.
Oh my god.
Which is interesting, to say the least. Xander
Hall called Vosh a right-wing grifter? Let's go. Let's go. I am a right-wing grifter. Oh no, I gave the game away. Oh no. I have given the game away. I implied it as well just now. I implied that I'm a right-wing grifter.
Hall has been on a bridge burning tear recently, and I am all for it. I don't think there is a single person with whom he has not cut ties, but in the
He has not cut ties with me. Xander Hall has not cut ties with me. I don't think.
most pathetic way possible. Not on principle, not because they're disagreeing with him politically on something serious, but because they don't do what he wants, and they aren't talking to him. What are we watching Sunday? Watch Xander Hall, watch Vosh, watch Biden? Hey, if he replies, we'll be watching Xander Hall watching Sunday, watching Xander Hall watching Vosh, watching Biden.
What?
Vosh chat is accusing Xan of being a lib. Based.
This is...
What?
Biden.
Vosh chat is accusing Xan of being a lib. Based.
This is insane, and it's never been more Jover. I mean, these are catastrophic misspeaks.
Xander Hall is not a lib. I don't want people in my chat calling Xander Hall a lib. I don't want people talking about, like, typical...
Xander Hall is a lib. Am I burning a bridge with President Sunday now? Is the bridge burnt? President Sunday is not doing what I want, and I will burn the bridge in the most pathetic way ever. That's right. I'm burning bridges in the most pathetic way. That is my job. My job is to burn the bridges.
Typical liberals, whatever, okay? Xander Hall is not a liberal. Xander
Hall is a liberal.
Hall is an idiot.
Touché. Oh my god. Don't know even what to answer to that. Not sure what to say to that. Damn. No, I like you both. Don't make me choose. It's okay. You can watch us feud and argue and debate. I played the Werewolves games today and the Lovers won and I was the last one to... I don't know. I don't know what it was. We were gonna play Stalker today. Is anybody excited about me playing Stalker on stream? I'm gonna have to play it again from the beginning because I forgot how to play it. But is anybody actually excited for Stalker? Stalker is a first-person Ukrainian game. None of you have heard of Stalker. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. First person. Okay, let's start.
We need to keep these distinctions in mind.
Not-
There
You can also play the Cossacks too. Distinctions between an idiot and a lib. We have to keep these distinctions in mind. Wait.
are few people. We need to keep these liberal people talking about, like, is an idiot. We need to keep these distinctions in mind.
I see.
There are few people. I've tried, by the way. I tried. There are few people I cannot overcome my contempt for, like Xander Hall.
Oh my gosh. Who are the other people that you cannot get all your contempt over from? Is it me? Am I the other person that you cannot get over your contempt for? Am I a contemptuous? Am I a... I sound like I'm drunk, but I'm just drinking Pepsi. Am I a contemptuous person? Is that a word? Contemptuous? contemptuous.
Just a viscerally embarrassing and pathetic human. Just the thing that sticks in my mind is when he was.
Jesus, he dislikes Sanderhall a lot. I think Sunday sent me to you, Lucy. Thank you, Derek Canuck. Well, actually, I should say thank you, President Sunday. I called into President Sunday after returning from Ukraine. Have you listened to my call in to President Sunday after returning from Ukraine? It was short but sweet. It was nice. Oh, you should. The call-in stream started with a drunk guy calling into President Sunday, and the call-in stream ended with my call-in.
Was having that debate with Lauren Southern, presumably concerning her book that came out, and he was just completely unprepared.
Oh yeah, the Lauren Southern alphabet book. I remember. That was a very sad display. That was a very sad debate. That was not good. That was not good. That was not good.
And was just desperately trying to get the connection to grow his channel. And then she got him to say white rights, and he did. White rights, of course.
All right.
Can you say white?
Oh my god, I remember that. Oh, I was here for it. Oh no. It was so short, it was not a segment-worthy thing. You can just watch the VOD from the stream. It wasn't nothing that was worthy of making a whole segment out of it.
White rights, Xander Hall? Do white people have rights?
I love white people, okay? I love white people. White rights, of course. I think everybody deserves rights.
Jesus, right?
Like
People. White rights, of course. I think everybody deserves rights.
Like stupid. Stupid. If this were The Boys, he would.
The Boys! Oh my gosh, I have to watch the newest season of The Boys. Our streamers... Actually, if we're talking about The Boys, are streamers supposed to be soups in this analogy? Are streamers soups? The Streamer 7
wouldn't be the deep. He'd be the deep in
I just see he's actually comparing streamers to soups from The Boys.
season 5 when he suffers a severe head injury.
What?
Deep in season 5 for The Boys, he wouldn't be the deep. He'd be the deep in season 5.
Wait, but there is no season 5 of The Boys yet, is there? I think there's only season 4, no?
When he suffers a severe head injury and severe malnutrition
Oh my god.
and vomits on television.
The Boys. It is so funny to think of streamer thing as The Boys with streamers being the soups. Who are the boys in this analogy? Who would be the boys in this streamer analogy? So who of the 7 would President Sunday be? Would President Sunday even be in the 7? Maybe President Sunday is from The Boys.
I don't give a shit. I wanna get to the part where he calls Vosh a right winger because I want to move on with my life.
It's a pain in
Oh my gosh.
the ass, but like, and I don't like doing it. Like, it's, if you don't know this, chat, but if you're a streamer, who does politics.
This. We're going to the transcript. Life is too short.
It was bad enough. They had to pull me out of retirement just for one last hit job on President Biden. This video sponsored, of course.
I hate having the name President Sunday because every time somebody says President something, a part of my brain thinks they're talking about me. One less hit job against President Sunday. It's just automatic.
Oh my
by
God.
Americans for President Trump. No.
Wait, okay, so you gotta, okay, so he's self-aware, right? Like, he's self-aware that there's sort of a very clear shift he's taken in his content as we're getting closer to the election, where we used, like, my friend said that skimming through his thumbnails, he couldn't tell whether or not he had become a right-wing streamer. Like, my buddy Ethan, like, straight up asked me, like, is Vosh, like, a right-wing streamer now?
You remember
What? Vosh is a right-wing streamer now?
Ethan, right? Ethan's the bozo who came on my stream and just couldn't
I don't remember who Ethan is.
stop interrupting for 5.
But Ethan wanted to start his own channel, if I remember correctly. I said, right after saying that, I don't remember who that is, who that was.
5 seconds. It was like, it actually reminded me of the first conversation with Liam. The second one was all right. We actually managed to have it back and forth, and it was kind of okay. But Ethan was like, God, just dumb as a turnip. These people are dumb. Dumb.
Ethan tried to debate Sunday, and Sunday ate him and left no crumbs. Damn. Can someone link that to me so we can take a look? Yeah, I know who Liam is. I mean Ethan. Xander Hall's friend.
Dumb.
Does not mean you are pro-Trump to point out the unviability of the current Democratic frontrunner for the presidency, folks.
Unviability when Trump is the only other candidate?
Well, Trump isn't the only other candidate. There are other viable candidates besides Biden on the Democrat side if Biden steps down from the running.
Which happened.
Xander.
Hall. Which happened.
And unviable if his obvious senility and
I mean, I wonder what was the reaction of Xander Hall of Biden stepping down? Does anybody know? What is actually Xander Hall's reaction to him? Oh, there you go. Thank you. What was his reaction to him stepping down? We're binging President Sunday. We're binging President Sunday now.
Heidi ho.
Heidi ho.
Hey, how you doing?
I
Can
am
you hear me all right?
doing-
Shit.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
Going into this, I want to make it.
Can you hear me? Loud and clear. What's the situation, Snake? Looks like the elevator in the back is the only way up, just as I suspected. Is the exchange that should have happened. Lucy, is President Sunday your favorite streamer? It's a secret who my favorite streamer is. My favorite streamer is a secret. Are all political streamers considered co-workers? It's Habi Babi, and we all know that, true. Are all political streamers considered co-workers? I guess. Sort of. Kind of. It's Steven Sunday's content time. Content time, true.
Get very clear real quick that I'm not like
What's the worst that could happen? President Sandy is gonna strike down my channel.
Like some fucking annoying streamer friends Orbiter or something like
What is this avatar?
that. I'm rather critical of the guy actually. Like, but
Wait, what was that?
yeah. Anyway, that I'm rather critical of the guy actually. Like,
This is them hanging out with Xander Hall before coming onto stream. Is this the person? Is that the person? Is that what he looks like?
but yeah. Anyways, I'm here to talk about the claim that Shoonhead didn't actually pedo jacket Xander. We
Not
both on
really
the
a
same page with
claim.
that?
I looked at the documentary evidence that was provided to establish that. It just didn't meet the threshold.
Anything you say is a claim, regardless if it's true or not. Don't see the point in saying that. Anyways,
What up?
regardless if it's true or not. Don't see the point in saying that. Anyways, say is a,
What?
Evidence that was provided to establish that. It just didn't meet the threshold.
anything you say is a claim, regardless if it's true or not. Don't see the point in saying that. Anyways, to get to it. So,
Wait, what?
all right, saying
The threshold. I looked at
Xander. Anyways, I'm here to talk about the claim that Shoonhead didn't actually pedo jacket Xander. We
Not
both on
really
the
a
same page with
claim.
that?
I looked at the documentary evidence that was provided to establish that. It just didn't meet the threshold.
anything you say is a claim, regardless if it's true or not. Don't see the point in saying that. Anyways,
Anyway, how is your sex life? It's an edit, yeah.
to get to it. So, all right. So, I think reading off the tweet in question is basically where we should start.
Why don't you
We
show
can
it?
not
Can you
go
show it
there.
on screen?
Oh, you want me to show it on street? I have it all pulled up.
Is
So
he-
she-
is
People see it as a power move. People complain about it as a power move. The President Sunday yawns to intimidate his opponents.
Is he back to watching my stream?
I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. I don't have any type of.
What is
Like,
that? I thought Xander Hall. I thought you had a thing going on. What's happening, buddy? It's weird he popped on as soon as you came on. That's weird.
Follow
Hey
on my
Xan,
debates.
here you go.
Okay, I love white people.
All right. So, the tweet. Hold on. Let
White people.
me see if I can open it. I'm trying to open it on stream right now. The quote is, "Too late. He did it, and unfollowed me, just like Contra, the Serfs, Hunter, etc. All of them over pedo shit, normal and cool. Not going to stop me from talking about it, right?" And so I think that's pretty obvious pedo jacketing. Like what she's implying there is pretty obvious. It's
Well, why? If they were arguing about gun control and she said gun shit, it would be just indicating the topic. If it was pedo shit, like maybe there are a bunch of people who have an issue with her her going really overboard with the pedo hunting stuff, in which case you could generically refer to that as pedo shit. There's nothing in that language that actually indicates even what side of the argument they're on.
Actually, what happened with the disagreement? The top
Uh-oh.
topic was not necessarily pedo shit. It was a mishandling of her platform and a mishandling or a misunderstanding of what her speech can lead to. Something which she's acknowledged.
Yeah, but I think the general thrust of the Balenciaga.
Wow. What a thing to say. That people that raise children are not relevant. I will remember this, Estelle Cinemagic. People that raise children are irrelevant. I'll remember this. I have it here on screen. I have it on record. You saying that a person that raises a child is irrelevant. Disc.
Accusation was that Balenciaga was engaging in pedo shit itself or something creepily sort of adjacent there too, and she was calling people like Demon Mama and Xander Hall, specifically Demon Mama, I think, useful idiots for the corporation while they were doing that. Just wait a sec. Let's put it on the screen so people can actually see it first. Calm down. We're not. Nope.
You said you've been bringing it up.
No, I was
so
waiting
was
for
just
you
trying
to bring it up.
going.
You failed to, and now I'm bringing it up.
Yeah, I told you the tweet was deleted. I had it. And
Very
you
strange conversation, by the way.
But
no, I'll bring it
okay,
up.
but that's
doesn't matter.
That's because
Doesn't matter.
I can't believe you were in all seriousness looking for the actual tweet. It's a little weird that you would come prepared for a stream thing about evidence of the thing that took place. It took place a year ago online.
The link is dead
That
because
took
I
place
had
a year ago, and you would be relying on a link to the actual thing and not just like a folder with screenshots. That just seems like common sense to me.
I think it's pretty normal in most disagreements to like unfollow someone if it's pretty bad, right? And like, why do you think she wrote normal and cool there? Like, what does normal and
Oh my god, what happened? Hello, Fake Alicarpa, $6. Thank you. Have you been ignoring me? I've not been ignoring you. Thank you for the $6.
cool add to that tweet right after following that it was over pedo shit? Do you think there was no intent behind those words?
Well, it makes them sound like it was a ridiculous thing to unfollow her over. Like, obviously, she doesn't mean normal and cool. She means the opposite, abnormal and not cool. But that doesn't give you carte blanche to interpret all of this was over pedo shit as Contra the Serfs, Hunter, and Xander
no,
all
that's fine.
clearly
That's
have a
fine.
predilection for pedophilia.
All I needed was that we were on the same page. That it was implying that it was kind of weird, right? Weird that they wouldn't follow her over this topic, right? So we've established that in this tweet, she believes that their behaviors were cool. Okay. So
This person's speaking so fast. Should calm down and speak slower. Why do people give ContraPoints so much crap all the time? I'm not sure.
moving on.
People are giving me crap today. People are commenting like crazy when it comes to the Elon Musk video. Matthew says God prefers same-sex marriage and confirms transgender people are born that way. Malaya Malachi, the forerunner of the mayor of him was determined by gender located in the soul. True. Also, Elia Mari, are you new to the stream? Are you new to the stream? And if so, how did you find this stream? Also, hello, Maya Atkinson. Are you new as well? Random search. Hello, welcome. Oh my gosh. Do you watch any other streamers? Hello. Do you watch any other streamers besides me? I guess I should introduce myself. Oh my gosh, I don't have that opportunity often. I'm Lucy Haze. I'm the biggest Polish Jewish trans streamer because I'm probably the only Polish trans streamer. That makes me the biggest one. Yes. And so I do politics, I do history, and I also do art, and I also do video games. We might play Stalker today, or Cossacks too, depending on how it goes. Oh, thank you. Oh, Two Guys panel. Thank you. Actually, I'm gonna be on Two Guys Talk History on Sunday, probably, talking about Ukraine. I mean, I'm transitioning. I'm gonna even show you my tool of the trade. This is like this is Polish estrogen. It's like in this neat package that has days of the week, and you just rotate the wheel to unblock pills, estrogen pills to take. And somewhere around here I should have my blocker, testosterone blocker. But yes, we're gonna be talking about Poland wanting to do a whole thing. Poland wanting to legislate transition of minors out of existence. Thank you for the $5, Fake Alec Cal Parker. Bunks. Oh yeah, Elon Musk. I did a video on Elon Musk, and people just. I encourage you to. Which, as weird as it sounds, I encourage you to go into the comments and respond to people for the, what do you call it? Oh my god, for the, I don't know, for the interaction, for the, you know what, engagement. Yes, it's called the engagement. Also, you can join my page. Yes. Yes. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue this. Xander Hall whooping. And Ethan. I think it's Ethan. The friend of Xander Hall. That's debating President Sunday on Shoe on Head.
She then says, not going to stop me from talking about it. So I think that it's obvious that everyone wanted her to stop talking about it irresponsibly, but do you...
I may point out that Ethan does look like he thinks he's doing big boy crap. What with the big brain lingo, and it's true. True. But it feels, because he speaks so fast, he says, okay, so we've established this, without actually making sure if they have established the thing, you know? Alright, so we have established thing. Moving on, you know? Without even making sure if actually the other party is on board with having established the thing. It sounds pretty weird. You know?
Why is she framing it as if she's being told to stop talking about pedo shit when she's being told to be responsible with her platform, something she's admitted she needs to do before? Like, how can you say?
I think she probably interpreted like the unfollows as being some kind of social pressure to not talk about. I don't know. I don't need her to be.
So
I don't need her to be. Excuse me.
You don't know.
Actually, I was actually finishing my sentence.
Okay.
Okay. Very aggressive way of, you know. You don't know? Okay. You know? Very aggressive.
I don't.
Looks like your old birth control. I actually like this a lot. This estrogen package. It's very neat. It's called Estrofem. Lucy's Queen. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Thank you, fake Alec Parker. You know what's up. You understand. You see which way the wind blows.
I don't know what her psychology was behind that latter statement. The contention is very simple. The claim that her characterizing these unfollows as being over pedo shit is not sufficient to draw the connection to she's pedo jacketing all of the aforementioned.
It is. Should I debate President Sunday over it? Is it time? Write in the chat. Be active, chatters. Should I debate President Sunday over this? I say it's more than enough. What now, President Sunday, huh? I say it's more than enough. What now? Thank you, Greater Range. Maybe.
I think an excellent example of this is when she mentions... can I finish my sentence, please?
Yes, you can. My bad.
Jesus. He's so eager to speak. I sometimes interrupt people by mistake. I'm sometimes too eager to speak.
A good example...
Oh yeah? Well, I bought into the theory that Shu pedo jacketed everyone. What now? I've defeated you. I've defeated my chatter in the arena of ideas.
This would be the fact that she's including the serfs as a collective here. She's not talking about a specific individual. She's talking about like a panel. She's saying that it's weird that over this thing which involves pedophilia, they're sort of falling in lockstep and unfollowing her over that. She's taking that as a slight, but that's not sufficient to characterize what she's doing here as.
It's almost as if on Twitter you have to kowtow to the woke doctrine, or else you get fired from Twitter by people unfollowing you. It's almost like with academia. It's basically the same. It's basically identical. There you go. I'm going with the destiny argument.
Implying that they're pedophiles, which is what pedojacketing is. Now you can ask her, like, hey, you're just going to include like a reference to pedophilia and not disambiguate this. I'm worried about that. I personally wouldn't be in this context, but that's a fair thing to ask. But to jump to Shu as characterizing the aforementioned as pedophiles is a leap. I believe what I was saying was that the bare
fact... What if the person is really, really guilty, though? Have you considered that? Or do you really want to be the protagonist of the 12 Angry Men, which is actually a really good movie that, if you have not watched, you should watch it. A really, really good classic movie that is mostly about dialogue, intelligent dialogue. I only know about how I started World War II. Oh, I know that one. That's a comedy, I think.
Fact that she says pedo shit in the conversation does not give you carte blanche to interpret that as her pedojacketing the people she's referring to. That would entail that any tweet involving a description of a disagreement over that topic would be pedojacketing.
President Sunday speaks too intelligently for me. Maybe I'm more of a Xander Hall viewer.
That's a bit of an oversight.
See, so now that was sarcasm on my part. Typical Polish sarcasm.
You believe that just because it's talking about pedophilia doesn't give the people the right to, but people are going to regardless. Like, she knows this. She has talked about this all the time, that people are going to misinterpret her words, right? So if she's aware of this, why does she not rectify that? That's what I asked, though. Why does
he have to speak so fast? Like, he's on a timer. Like, if I don't let it all out as fast as possible, I won't be able to make it. Time will run out.
Go back and clarify that no, it wasn't because it's like Zan's a pedophile, when he's being like rained down with insults about this.
I don't care if he's been rained down. Why is it anyone else's problem?
You don't care if people believe he's.
Why is it anyone else's problem if Xander Hall is insulted?
So it's not Shu's responsibility to make sure her audience doesn't insult him by calling him a pedophile.
Do you even know
it is her problem?
Well, here's a question for you. How do you know the people who are calling him a pedophile are her audience? And what does that mean for them? What does that mean for them?
There's no way.
What does that mean? What does that mean for them to be her audience? Does that mean they were directly?
That means
I was asking a clarifying question to follow that. Does that mean that they were directed by watching her content towards insulting Xander Hall? Does that mean that they received that from a third party who was directed by that? And if that is the case, how have you established that connection? How have you established that history between the people who are leveraging the insults and Shu's video? How have you determined this?
Because I don't think it's much of a stretch to assume that a person who follows Shu, plenty of people who follow Shu after
how do you know they follow Shu? Hang on. Who are you talking about?
Who? People on Twitter.
I follow Shu. No, I actually don't. I mean, I can check, but I think I don't.
Twitter.com, the website where all of your followers are public.
Now, is that
really speculation?
No, you're confused. You're confused. What you need to establish here to make.
So that means nothing, because consider this: many people hate Donald Trump, but also many people still follow Donald Trump on Twitter. No.
Is that really speculation? Twitter.com. the website where all of your followers are
Like,
public.
many people aren't really fans of people, but they follow them on Twitter anyway to know what they're up to. No? Am I incorrect in saying that?
Now, if you
is
want
that
to,
really
no,
speculation?
you're confused. You're confused.
It is a bit because of what I've just said. See, I've switched like a chameleon from being anti-President Sunday. It's just an example. People follow others not just because they're fans of those people. People follow people on Twitter just to know what they're up to. That's a fact of life.
You need to establish here to make your position work is not that somebody somewhere could have, or even many people could have been motivated by her video to unjustly attack Xander Hall and call him a pedophile. What you need to establish is that there is such a connection that she has a warrant to go out of her way to stop that. Because unfortunately, she's actually not responsible for people taking a message that isn't there and using that to attack other people. That's not on her. So unless you can establish that took place, and you can establish...
Firstly, it's like Blur from the Transformers, the movie. I'm not sure if you've seen that movie. It's an old animated Transformers movie, which is another movie that all of you should watch.
Establish it in such a way as you can make it evident to her.
Because it has the word trans in it, the Transformers.
She doesn't have an obligation to do that. Nobody does.
So, firstly, you can establish that like plenty of our fans are doing this because Xander, if you're watching this right now,
it doesn't matter.
Xander, like now he's addressing Xander Hall directly.
It doesn't matter if they're fans. It doesn't matter if her fans are doing this. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
No, if it hasn't been established, it's an unknown.
It doesn't matter if you have an audience of people who are going out of their way to call someone a pedophile.
If it hasn't been established.
Hold on.
I know what President Sunday is about to say. If it has been established that she had actually put out that message out there, then it doesn't matter what her fans do on their own. If she has not directed them through an established message, is what he's attempting to say.
Hasn't been established. It's an unknown. If it's an unknown, then you are conferring an obligation on the basis of a speculation. Right? So if it's on the basis of a speculation, then the claim is not established.
True. I think. President Sunday is too smart for me. We've already established this. This is an established claim that I said that President Sunday is way too smart for me.
That's not a public thing. That's now you personally, in your opinion, you think that it's likely that X, Y, and Z resulted from this specific thing. But if you haven't proved that to another party who's skeptical of this, then you don't have a basis for saying that there's an obligation of this particular person to rectify
I have a basis. Hello, Ty. I have a basis.
it.
If you have an audience of people like that and you see them going after someone calling them a pedophile and you're wholly involved in this hypothetical, would you not have a moral obligation to try to clarify that?
What do you mean I'm wholly involved in this hypothetical?
I am holy, and I'm involved. I am wholly involved because I'm holy. Holy smokes. See? This is moral language up my speed.
Uninvolved. You did not cause them
wholly
to
uninvolved. Sorry, you said wholly involved first.
I apologize. I genuinely, if I misspeak at all, I will clarify.
If other people who happen to watch my channel do a thing, I would consider it like a thing that I would do to step in, but I couldn't tell somebody else, no, it's your obligation to manage these people like they're your children. It doesn't make any sense.
Wait. It's not managing like your children. Do you think child care and making I
don't have any responsibility for what random people who happen to enter my chat at some point do. I'm not them.
Okay.
I have a
Or are you? I don't know, President Sunday. You haven't actually established that you're not them. You all might be your alt accounts, for all I know. Might have like 20 computers surrounding you. You may be typing for all of them. You haven't established that's not a thing, have you? So for all I know, you might very well be them. Huh? Here you go. I've defeated President Sunday's argument with his own argument. He's a big brain. I have a big brain. Something both far and true.
A webcam show.
If you had a community of people who were somewhat like biased to you,
The word community, community is pulling a lot of weight here. When we say community, what we're talking about, what?
You don't think Shu has a community? What
do you mean does Shu have? What do you mean does Shu have a community? By community, are you?
That's what we're making a comparison to.
I know. By community, do you just mean
audience? People we mean audience when they say community. Although I don't know, it depends. I mean, you could speak of a community when they take more, sort of like active. I don't know.
mean people
I
who
think that depends on what the people do.
Who happen to click on her Twitter at some point? Like that doesn't like Shu has 1 million subscribers.
Good night, fake like Cal Parker. People use community very loosely, I think so. Like the trans community.
We have no idea what subset of those, or even if a majority subset of those.
I mean, the trans community is more sort of legitimate, considering that trans people do form communities in real life, for example.
Are the people who are going after Xanderhal? We don't know. Why would you have a moral obligation to clean up a mess that you didn't start? This is the only people.
Wait.
Yeah, sorry. There's no singular big blob called the trans. Yeah.
If you can do good, and you choose not to, do you think that's a good play?
Ethan, the only people, the only people who are running after who are running with the idea that this is pedojacketing are not people in Shu's audience. They're not.
Prove that to me right now. Prove that to me right now.
That's the same threshold of evidence you provided. Prove that they are Shu's audience who are going after him.
I can prove to you that Shu's audience went after Zan. Zan, if you're watching.
Oh, there we go. Zan, if you're watching, why does he want Xanderhal to watch so badly? Zan, if you're watching this, you were very mean to me when we played World of Warcraft together.
This, just send me any amount of them that DM'd you.
It doesn't matter if you find people who follow Shu. I follow Shu. My Shu's audience. I never watch her.
If you would be the audience to her tweet, yes, you would be an audience.
An audience to her tweet.
To her tweets.
But hang on. I'm really not though, because I didn't see it. I saw all of this in the last couple of days.
Okay, so you didn't see
Oh my god.
it. But if someone within an hour of that original tweet comes in and says something to Xander, is there like, do you think it's unreasonable to say?
No, it is not. It is not. It is not Shu's job. Shu and had a guy said something to me, and he referred to your tweet. It's not her job to go out of her way to clarify if the tweet.
We should call into dead domain. Cynthia Flowers. Hello, Cynthia Flowers. What is dead domain? I don't know what that is. Notice me, senpai. I will notice you at some point. What is dead domain? Can you tell me? Can you tell me what that is?
He doesn't bear that content.
Wait, are you serious? If someone you know was accused of being a pedophile by people in your audience, right? You would not try to clarify?
Was she not accused of being a pedophile herself pretty directly in the clips that she covers in her video?
Who what?
You don't recall the sequence of Demon Mama explicitly saying, like, hey, if you think that these slim leather straps on the teddy bear, I wasn't.
The domain is a stream. I learn about Biden dropping out from them first. Can you link their thing in the side chat?
I'm not talking about DM.
If you think these
why is DM getting brought up?
If you think these slim leather, she's not even being brought up in this tweet. If you think these slim leather straps are like in any way like related to sexuality or whatnot, you must be projecting a little bit. You must get riled up when you see this in juxtaposition with a child. Why on earth? Why on earth when that's allowed to fly? Why on earth when like the attack that Xander?
What are we talking about? What are we talking about DM?
You're not providing warrant here. Like, I understand.
No, why are we talking about DM right now? Anyways, that video came after this whole situation. I don't understand why that's relevant right now.
Because DM and Xander Hall both have made the exact same claim about the same things at the same time, right?
Right.
Like this whole
Xander does not claim that she's a pedo. What? Or that she believes that.
Xander Hall did not go out of his way to challenge that, right?
Uh-oh.
Yes, actually, Xander Hall regularly.
Xander Hall went out of his way. Xander Hall went out of his way to clarify that if Demon Mama was implying that Shoe on Head gets riled up when she sees.
Wait,
I wasn't
why
is
Xander responsible? Why are we talking about
Why are
Demon
you
Mama?
incapable? Of,
Oh my gosh.
why are you incapable?
This is a side tangent, by the way. We're watching this as a side tangent to the real video, the real new President Sunday video about Xander Hall.
You interrupted me like 1,000 times. Don't even play
only after you started interrupting. I started this off entirely cordial.
That's fine. Anyways, so why is Demon Mama getting brought up at all here? Why is Xander responsible for Demon Mama's community?
Because the accusation against Keffals is that Keffals is doing some wrong by associating with Shoe, given that prior history.
So you believe that Xander might be a hypocrite? Are hypocrites wrong because they're hypocrites, or can they still be right? What's the point of calling him a hypocrite here? You're not
if the statement if
oh my god,
the statement is that he is owed this, then yes, by being a hypocrite, he is wrong. Because there's no norm of reciprocity.
Wait. No, hypocrisy doesn't make someone wrong. That's not how that works.
Hypocrisy does make you wrong if you're trying to draw some kind of normative obligation on the basis of mutual faith.
If he is, that's what I'm answering. All right.
What was cut here? Did somebody go to the toilet or to get something to drink?
If he is responsible for that, then you agree with Xander Hall on Keffals and what's it called? Shoes.
I don't agree. Right? I don't agree with any of these people. What is being claimed here?
I agree with all of these people on everything, all the time, everything, everywhere, all at once, like that movie. Another movie that you should watch, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Really nice movie. If you have not watched Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, then you should probably watch it. You should probably, you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
What is being
Can I know
claimed,
your overall stance?
Fuck off. What is being claimed here is that...
What
happened, President Sunday?
Being claimed... What?
What?
Fuck off.
I also said what?
What is being claimed here? What is being claimed here? What is being
claimed... Can I know your overall stance?
Fuck off. What is being claimed here is that...
I know what nemesis means.
What?
What is being claimed... What? What is being claimed here?
I asked to know your overall stance.
What is being claimed... What is being...
You need to get a Duck Nana cardigan. You should buy me one.
What is being claimed here is that Keffals owes Xander Hall dissociation from Shoe on the basis...
I shouldn't get a Duck Nana cardigan. Maybe I should get a bikini. Have you considered that maybe I should get a President Sunday bikini?
Of these tweets. The flip side of this is that Xander Hall owes Shoe nothing, despite the fact that there was a much less ambiguous claim made that actually is pedo-jacketing her in a much stronger way. Now, I think that rhetorical statement doesn't actually stand as pedo-jacketing. My threshold is higher. However, if we're taking the standard that Xander Hall is applying, that falls under the category easily. And so there is this claim that Keffals has a special obligation to Xander Hall, that Xander Hall is not required by anyone to requite at all. Case in point, once again, Xander Hall and his editor Cherry like this with Brianna Wu, despite the fact that Brianna Wu explicitly called Demon Mama and Do pedo.
Damn. Was Xander Hall really that close to Brianna Wu?
Files within the last 30 days.
Did President Sunday actually wear the bikini to claim that it's comfortable? He did say that if he gets $10,000 or something that he'll wear it on stream. An entire stream, mind you.
The person who is seen as the victim has the right to ask their friend...
I'm often seen as the victim, by the way.
How they wish it to be gone
I have a victim complex, you could say.
out. Xander has asked his friend Keffels to stop associating with someone he believes pedojacked him. Demon Mama, regardless of how you feel about the truth of any of this, Demon Mama, who has asked Zan to not make a big deal about it, has led Zan to, as not the victim,
No.
listen
This
to the victim.
is
There's no
this
comparison
is
made.
What a mess. What a messy situation. That domain has been streaming for over 24 hours for mutual aid. Oh wow. What's the cause? What's the cause that they are streaming for?
This is actually what has taken place.
There is no comparison made.
This is actually what has taken place. Demon Mama and her cohort, who were actually very seriously threatened by what Wu did, are asking not to draw attention to something that would cause a lot of problems for them if it became like the subject of like a major discussion. And then using that, they've been really, really willing to acquiesce to a whole bunch of people continuing to be buddy-buddy with this person. That's what's taken place. Because that whole
that
threat
is what taken place.
aspect hasn't been removed.
The
Raising money for trans people in need. Oh, okay.
victim got to choose. The
the
I don't get
victim
what you're
got to
talking about
choose.
here.
No, the precise point is that the victim did.
I'm a trans person in need. Sort of. Kind of.
Didn't get to choose. We'll never know if there was actually a choice there at all.
Do you think
because
Demon
the only
Mama's so spineless that she wouldn't stand up for herself there?
if
Demon Mama's close friends with
partners,
Xander. She goes to his
if her
house.
partners
Actually, I'm not in need. There are people that are in much more need than me. I'm pretty far down the list when it comes to people in need.
her partners,
They hang out.
if her
They hang out with
shut up.
IRL
If her-
friends.
if
This is-
her
Shut up.
No,
if
no,
her
no. Come on, man.
partners, if
They
her
hang
partners,
out in
I
real
was
life.
if her
need.
partner,
I was in need for money for equipment to stream from Ukraine, and I've been generously donated to, and I've got a laptop, and I will buy a camera and a few other things. So that's really nice. And now I can just slowly gather money to pay off my debt, which would be a great thing to do. But I'm not in need per se, if that makes sense.
are directly threatened by the thing that she's boosting, and she's going to continue to do so. And Brianna Wu is a massive audience by comparison. What is she going to do in retaliation? She's going to get burned for this. She has no power to push back on that.
You aren't these people. I know these people. They hang out in real life. If
I
she
don't
was
care
just-
who you know.
like,
Who
if
you
she
know
was-
has
I don't care,
no
dude.
credit.
If you are, dude, if you are just tolerating a person as a victim because you don't want backlash, you don't go over to their house regularly or ask for hangouts and shit like that. That's not the case.
What?
You're making shit up.
Oh, I see. So if someone's in an abusive relationship, they don't like continue to text them afterwards, right? That's the argument you're making.
That Demon Mama's
That's
in an
your
abusive
argument.
relationship with Xander Hall.
That's your argument. That's your argument.
No.
I didn't say she's in an abusive relationship.
Yes, you
with Xander Hall.
fucking did, dog.
No, I didn't.
Holy shit.
No, I didn't.
Dog.
No, I didn't. You're the one who's trying to claim that Keffels is doing Xander Hall wrong by
No.
associating with Shu.
What I'm
and Xander Hall made an
clarifying
issue
here
of
is
this
that
first without any conversation, as far as I'm aware.
The relationship between Demon Mama and the relationship between Xander Hall, in both ways,
right,
Xander
look.
Hall and Demon Mama's relationship
Yeah.
are not the same dynamic as Xander Hall and Keffel's dynamic, right? And whenever I tried to explain that to you, your counter argument was that
Keffels
okay, well,
says-
she's being
I'm-
coerced into it by
Keffels has returned to streaming, but Keffels has been only having like 50 viewers or something. We are almost reaching half of Keffels' audience.
situation.
I'm
Please,
astonished.
Come on, man.
I'm
Come on, man.
astonished. I'm
Come on, man.
astonished.
Come on, man.
So in a way, I'm almost as big a streamer as Keffels now. Even though she has 19,000 subscribers and I have 1,000 subscribers. So I'm 1/19th the size of Keffels, technically speaking.
I didn't
You
even
did the
catch
same
what you
thing
said.
to me earlier. Come on, man.
Breathe. Find your chi.
You breathe. Come on, man. Listen, your
I'm
argument
finding
was
it-
that
I'm
they
finding
are the
it-
same. Come on.
Come on.
The second
I'm
I put you in
Come on, man. Come on.
the
Finding it.
corner, you start
blah,
getting really
blah,
upset.
blah.
You can't. I think that makes you look good, man.
Yep.
Didn't Keffels have like 5 viewers on her last stream? No, I'm pretty sure she reaches like 50. 48, 50. Last time I checked. It's more than 5. Like if I had more viewers than Keffels, I'd be actually Genuinely surprised if that were to be the case. I'd be genuinely surprised if I had more live viewers than Cuffles.
Hello,
man.
She might have went for a lot of controversy, but at the end of the day, she's still bigger than me. Which is sad, isn't it? I went through 0 controversy and I'm still small. Still small. Still small.
are you ready to be normal?
No.
True. I will never be ready to be normal. Being normal is so overrated and bad. That's true. Why would anybody want to be normal? That's it's not a good state to be normal.
Ciao.
Oh my gosh, he's out. Okay. So we've watched this and now we're going back to this. We were watching this and then we went on a tangent about Ethan. So now we're watching this. This video's claim is that Xanderhal is not a lib. Xanderhal's an idiot. Not my words. As in Sunday's words. On stop from her when she scammed me for a $4.99 Canadian. When did she scam you for $4.99 Canadian? Are you referring to the fundraiser thing? Are you referring to the...
Inability to maintain the composure of someone who isn't a recent stroke victim ends up ceding the election to Trump so that now you have a radical Republican who stacked the Supreme Court in office now making policy. That's a different...
One interesting thing that Biden mentioned is introducing limited terms to the Supreme Court thing.
story. He's such an idiot. He's so stupid. Like it's
okay. You're not gonna get that from me. If there's one thing, it is not guaranteed that I will ever grow. It is not guaranteed that I will ever have a big audience. But what is guaranteed, basically, 1 billion% is that you're not gonna get a strange transmedicalist whatever thing from me. That's safe. Okay, that's a pretty big guarantee from me.
no
Even though technically speaking, I'm going through a pretty rigorous transmedicalist path because I live in Poland. So I probably had to jump through more hoops than all the people that are such staunch transmedicalists, which is pretty interesting in my opinion.
Biden's shit. Biden was the best you got under a circumstance where it was Biden or a second term of Trump. Biden is garbage. He's awful.
But basically, because I had to jump through all these hoops, I sort of am of the opinion that people should not.
But yeah, it does make you pro-Trump in this situation. Yeah.
No, the entire purpose to being critical of the Biden candidacy is because the
Thank you, the Dark Canuck.
argument is insisting upon Biden is to cede the election to Trump.
I mean, Biden has stepped down. Maybe we should watch a reaction of Xanderhal too. Like, it's a Xanderhal President Sunday thing. It's turning to, and we have to discuss a serious topic that's happening in Poland.
It's explicitly an anti-Trump position. That's the point. So embarrassing.
Obviously not. It does not mean you are pro-Trump to point out the unviability of the current Democratic frontrunner for the presidency, folks.
I'll be alright with switching topics. Well, if we go to another tangent of this time Xanderhal reacting to Biden stepping down, it'll not be a switch of topics. It will be a continuation of this. Xanderhal was acting really petty when Biden announced he was dropping out. Yeah, what? Okay, now I have to see it. Link it, please. Please link me in the side chat because YouTube likes to swallow links. Please link me Xanderhal's reaction to Biden stepping down. I want to see it now. Are non-binary people considered under the trans umbrella? Where does one fit? Yes. In my opinion, non-binary people are considered under the trans umbrella. Because non-binary people don't identify with the gender they were assigned with at birth, which by definition sort of makes you trans, no? Or at least it makes you by definition welcome under the umbrella. It's not that complicated, I believe. So can anyone link me with the Xanderhal reaction? See, we even have here on the screen, we love our non-binary siblings. We still have it on screen here, below chat. Ever since that dreaded panel that food shops had. Nobody wants to link me with Xanderhal. Do I have to look it up myself? Fine, I'll do it myself. Fine, I'll do it myself. Borto. Lazy Bones, Lucy getting her own link. True. Biden actually stepped down. All aboard Kamala train. Is that it? That's so long though. Biden's good and I'm tired of pretending he's not. Okay, let's watch it just a bit. We're not watching the whole 57 minutes, so this... Actually, we're gonna speed it up as well. Oh my gosh. Where's the speed? Oh, okay.
All right, everybody. This is some pretty big news. We are living through a historical event today. Once again, another historical event. Joe Biden has decided to drop out of the race.
So what's your reaction to it?
Now, there are a couple reasons why people have talked about why this has likely happened. There has been calls for months and months and months, even within the Democratic Party, for Biden to drop out due to his age. And the media has focused on Biden's age and every stutter and misspeak pretty heavily, which has definitely fed into the idea that Biden is too old, is when the media just magnifies every single, gaffe.
That happened, especially after the debate.
You know what I mean? And it got to become a very common meme that Joe Biden's brain was melting. He had dementia. We had constant medical professionals confirming Joe Biden's brain was healthy. And in fact, Trump's brain is the one that seems to be indicating signs of dementia. But regardless, that was the idea. And so people believe that Biden just didn't really stand a chance to win. Now, personally, I believe that Biden had the best chance to win. And I still do think he does. But the person who's going to be replacing him probably has the next best chance to win. So I can't really be too upset about the situation, especially if we handle the situation right. If we push for
Well,
Kamala,
you said he'd be petty. Where's the pettiness? Where does the pettiness come in? This video is so long. I'm not watching the whole thing.
who will likely take his place, Kamala Harris, if we push for her hard enough, I think we've got a pretty good chance of winning. I think we might even be able to surpass Biden's chances of winning. But here's the deal.
Wait. Okay, that's weird. If Biden's the best chance of winning, and whoever will be the next best chance of winning and that's Kamala Harris, then how can she surpass Biden's chances of winning if she's not the best? Biden's the best. She's just the next best chance of winning. So how can the next best chance of winning surpass the best chance of winning? See, that's my nitpick. That's my nitpick of the video so far. That's my big nitpick of the whole thing. How can something that is the next best thing surpass the best thing? If it surpasses the best thing, then it becomes the best thing by default. It's not the next best thing anymore. See? Big brain. I've got, like, you know, I'm very smart.
There's a few reasons why I think Biden might have finally decided to step down. I don't think it's because the American people were necessarily calling for it. I think a lot of people
I was calling for it. I'm the ultimate American people.
Overestimate how unanimous the calls for Biden to step down were. It wasn't like... It wasn't as ubiquitous.
Lucy destroyed Xander Hall. Rest in peace, yes. That's right. That's right.
As the media has been framing it. Two, the polling numbers. The polling numbers for Biden have never been very strong. Like, even
what about the 13 keys?
Back to the election he won, 2020, they've just never been strong pre-election, and yet Biden's voter
welcome, infallible foul.
turnout swamped the estimations for all the polling numbers, and he swamped Trump harder than any of the polling expected. No one expected Blorgia or Blisconsin. These were unprecedented W's that just kind of emerged from the ether. Like, no one expected it. Like, to be fair, as much as we laugh at, like, Tim Pool back in 20...
Tim Pool. I laugh at you, Tim Pool. I laugh at you all the way back to 2012.
2020 for saying
I'm sorry. I laugh at you all the way back to 2020.
Gonna win super hard, 49 state landslide. Things did look...
Wait, you agree with him on the fact that the next best thing will surpass the best thing, therefore becoming the best thing and not the next best thing?
Pretty good for Trump. Like, it was a bit of a scary...
But that means it was the best thing to begin with, not the next best thing.
Time, and there was a reason why the no doomer mindset was put into place by me, and that was like the start of that rule, was because people were dooming so hard over Biden's chances to win 2020. And then he won really fucking hard, like ridiculously hard, with insane turnout. How much that had to do with Biden, I don't know. It probably had more to do with Trump just being so awful that keeping him out of office motivated people to come out and vote.
That is true.
And it's why I didn't really buy the idea that Biden had no chance, right? I didn't buy that idea.
Dude, that's enough. He's not petty enough for me to watch this. Let's watch this. We got the gist of it. Xander Hall is not nearly as petty as I was led to believe he would. So I'm disappointed. So we have clicked off this video. I'm gonna watch Biden's speech today.
Okay, unviability for candidacy.
I think Harris performed better than expectation. It's early though. Yeah, and she's getting quite a lot of funding from what I'm hearing. There are whispers. There's like what you call it, rumors of really big things happening, coming. You know, things are good.
Or president.
I'm gonna vote Kamala Harris. That's my announcement. Okay, I'm gonna vote Kamala Harris.
Let's see. Okay, that's actually a really good argument to start with. Cool. Got some good points here. I don't want to go into a debate with homeboy here and have like nothing to fucking say, you know?
Oh, I'm gonna have to talk about that like tonight, aren't I? And And I saw the second one, and I thought, oh,
he's trying to bait a debate with Vosh.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, he did say that. Xander Hall wants to debate Vosh. It's gonna be so exciting. How dare you, Lucy?
What debate? There's no debate planned. Here's what I think. This is how I predict this is gonna go. And I'm right, by the way.
What? Is Vosh just gonna ignore him? It's not a hard prediction to make.
Way. Throughout the past few months, Vosh is going to have neglected little Xander here. And Xander Hall is going to be
Neglected little Xander.
like, well, hang on a minute. Copying Vosh was my entire business model.
Uh-oh.
What am I going to
Uh-oh.
do? I guess it's time. I always knew this day would come.
Listen, I don't copy anybody. I don't copy anybody. It's everybody that's copying me. Which is why I have such a huge audience that I have. Everybody copies me. That's my model.
And so now he's making the big explosive break. This is Xander Hall's exodus. The problem is he already killed all of his reputation, all of his friendships before this, trying to be a professional victim with shoe on head and Keffels.
Uh-oh.
So that's what I think is happening here.
It's not good. I hope my voice sounds okay, like okay-ish, you know.
Does my voice sound okay-ish? How does my voice sound?
Biden was hosting a NATO meeting in DC. Just listen.
And now I'm not gonna lie. I think streamers and YouTubers, like, big rule, never mention when you're feeling sick. Because no one ever notices till you mention it.
I feel sick. Sometimes. What's wrong with mentioning that you feel sick? I don't get it. Oh, thank you, Convenient Estelle. What's wrong with mentioning that you feel sick? Okay, whatever.
I am so glad you said that.
What exactly is wrong with mentioning that you feel a little bit under the, that you don't feel optimal? I don't know. Why hide it even? What's the point? What is the point of hiding that you feel ill?
Oh.
Nodding their head as if you're a child and
Absolutely.
going along with what they're saying, but not actually internalizing any of it and like introspectively considering what you're saying.
Well, that's a lot.
So like a Cheeto sounds to me kind of like that, like a good person on the outside, but like intellectually and.
Okay, we're gonna watch this clip that I've been sent. Oof. That was rough, by the way. That was rough, but let's watch the. Let's watch it off stream first to make sure that I don't have anything suspect open. Let's make sure that no, I don't know, tax folders are open on screen. Okay, let's watch this.
Xander Hall, I'm kind of more excited to vote for Kamala because I find her so much more funny than Biden. Biden was very pragmatic, and yeah, he would joke, but it would be like how an old man jokes. I would have still voted for him proudly, but I'm really excited for voting for Kamala. I mean, that's well and good. I will admit that a very small part of me, kinda wants to see Trump win, or it's less so
What? What the fuck, Xander Hall? What? Excuse me?
To see Trump win, but thinks Trump will win, and when he does, that part of me will be able to I told you so every.
What the fuck, Xander Hall? Maybe the whole idiot thing was not off base as much as I thought. Maybe the whole not a lib but an idiot thing was not as off base as I thought initially.
Everybody who called for Biden to step down, but that is a very small part of me, and I don't want that.
Why would you say that? That is much worse to say than to admit that you feel ill. I'm just gonna say that, okay? It's much better to admit you feel ill on stream than to say something like that, okay? As much of a weird comparison that I've just made.
I will admit though, the vindication the time
Oh my god.
line where I get vindicated for my
Yeah, democracy might go the way of the dodo, but at least Xander Hall will be vindicated. Yay. Jesus Christ. Ugh.
my staunch defense of Biden. That is a temptation, but one I fight.
All right then. Oh my god. I mean, he's not too bright. He took an IQ test on air. Wait, he did? What was the result? Okay, Link. No, what? No, we're not. No, we're not doing. Just tell me the result. Just tell me what the result was. we don't have to watch him take a test. Although I'm tempted. I am tempted to watch. I am tempted. I am tempted indeed.
And I guess morally, they're kind of like shallow,
It's like poetry. It
Like Star Wars.
rhymes.
and they don't really look.
Oh my gosh. I don't know if it's 98. Really? That's no. No, it's not. No, you're lying to me. You're lying. You are lying to me. It's not. That's impossible.
Inward at themselves and try to like critique their own ideas
You
to
are
the point where like
pulling my. You are tearing me apart, Lisa. IQ is fake. I mean, IQ is not fake, but it doesn't really mean as much as people claim it is. It's a real concept, but it's not as meaningful as people like to believe. And then you also have EQ separately, right? Emotional intelligence, which also affects a lot of things.
like you know they constantly backslide back to those dog shit
Jesus.
takes until eventually they alienate everyone. They're like,
Sure, I think that
You never say
Xander Hall has passed.
you're sick on stream. Because they'll never tell.
Oh my god. Sick burn.
Let's do that one more time. Let's hear that one more time.
No, do we have to?
We gotta
Do we have to? I just ate.
do it one more time.
I'm not gonna lie. I think streamers and YouTubers, like big rule, never mention when you're feeling sick, because
I'm feeling sick.
no one ever notices till you mention it.
and
absolutely.
going along
I mean, in a way, that is sort of mentioning in it.
with what they're saying,
Yeah.
but not
Oh.
actually internalizing any of it and like introspectively considering what you're saying.
Zan Vosh is
How can President Sunday find this noise nice?
reacting to your stream right now. Oh shit, what's up?
Taxman responds.
Zan going so hard. Why the drama? If I'm watching, I'm watching. What is he even saying? Why not just say what is being said?
Than Biden. That's the thing. I mean,
It does not mean you are pro-Trump to point out the unviability of the current Democratic frontrunner for the presidency. Folks,
unviability when Trump is the only other candidate.
He's having the same reaction I am.
True.
But yeah, it does make you pro-Trump in this.
Are you actually Lucy? What do you mean? What happened? What do you mean? What happened? Am I not Lucy? Am I someone else? You said you're sick. Oh, I meant ill, right? I mean, I don't actually feel ill right now. But if I did, I'd say it. What's the point of hiding if you feel not well? It's just so bizarre to me. What is the point of trying to hide as a streamer that you're not feeling well? What is the aim? What do you gain even?
Situation.
Whoa, what?
I am being entertained.
Oh wait, okay, like is this a grifting? Like genuine question. This is like incredibly easy 101. Are we kidding? This is I
No, we
want
ain't kidding,
Biden
darling.
to drop out and to be replaced with Kamala Harris, or if they could get Whitmer. I don't think they're gonna get Whitmer. Kamala Harris to beat Trump. If Biden doesn't drop out, I want Biden to beat Trump. What? How is this? Please, this guy's a troglodyte. You don't have to take. It's weird, dude. No, you don't understand how many times this happens. I think people are halfway normal, and then when the winds blow and it becomes more convenient to dislike me, their IQ, their brain blends itself into a smoothie. And
What Vosh is basically saying here is also calling Xanderhall an idiot, but in a more nicer way than President Sunday did. What-oh. True.
And the shit they say is so stupid that it like Zan seems to genuinely just love Biden. That doesn't excuse mistaking this for a pro-Trump argument. That's ridiculous. Like it's crazy. Am I the only person who believes anything?
I believe things.
Yes, Vosh. Yes. Yes, indeed. The last real one. Vosh is...
Listen, I keep my I keep my tax folder hidden. I keep my taxes well hidden so that you will not see them.
Is the last virtuous man on this earth. The only one who still believes in anything.
Like it's genuinely like every time it's like people are fine, and then when they decide, and I haven't talked to Zan in like
It sounds like Destiny a bit. This people are fine and then they backstab me. That sounds a little bit like what Destiny used to say.
in forever either. So all of this,
Yeah, that might be a factor there, Vosh. That might be a factor. Because you kind of fucked him, didn't you? His entire business model is aping your commentary and then rubbing shoulders with people in your circle. If you're not talking to him for forever, and I can understand why you wouldn't, because you're...
Okay, I have a question for my chat. Listen well, my chat. Listen well and listen... I don't know what other word to use. Listen carefully and listen... I don't know. Listen long and listen well. Even though what I'm about to say is not that long. Do I ape anybody's commentary? Tell me in the chat. Do I perform the ape escape? Do I do the ape escape? Do I copy any other streamer? Am I a copycat? And if so, write the name of the streamer that I'm copying. Who am I copying? Write it in the chat. If you believe I'm copying anybody, then write their name in the chat. And I'll see if I agree. I don't think your mannerism and speech are mimicking anyone. You're too nice and calm to be a copy of anyone, really? Oh. PewDiePie! Oh, listen. I've actually been told one of the people that wrote comments under the Elon Musk video said that I look like PewDiePie. So, there you go. have it. Why can't it, I don't know, translate to the same amount of subs? Or something.
Scared of him because he's a blowhard, insane, juvenile maverick who just like burns bridges left, right, and center, and creates interpersonal drama where none exists.
Not a bro. I cannot give bro fists.
Before, to his direct economic detriment and to those of the people around him. Like he's not someone you want to invest in if you're looking for stability, let's say. But if you made that person,
if you want stability, invest in me.
If you made that person into the kind of thing that they are by making them economically dependent on your friendship, and then you cut them cold, and you don't interact with that guy, and you provide him no incentive whatsoever to interact with you, what do you think's going to happen?
No interaction is going to happen. Just does it happen? Weird. I don't know whose style you have. I think like that's a thing you're still working on. Thank you. Thank you, Fallible Foul. Thank you. Yeah, I'm still working on a style, and once I get it, I'm gonna have a big audience. I'm gonna make it big, and land of the streaming.
What do you think is going to happen? You think Xanderhall's content to just rot because you're enjoying showing off your new shirts on stream?
That is a good point.
So stupid.
He said he wanted to debate. Of course he wants to debate. That's the fucking number one, man. Hey, here's some like incomprehensibly retarded shit that I'm saying.
Oh no.
Here's an argument that fails the first hurdle. I don't need to debate this. The argument just lost. You might as well debate. Hey, debate me 1 + 1 = 3, bro. No. Fuck you. It's all money to you people. It's crazy. Jet, you have no principle. No one believes anything. What the fuck is there to debate? You're empirically, objectively wrong. Argue with God.
I will debate Vosh on this very topic.
Attack causality.
No, he's trying to argue with God, Vosh, but you won't accept the invitation.
I don't know why I found this so funny. Even though actually it's not very funny. But I laughed, so maybe it is. I'm easy to please. Because I'm a simple person. Some might even call me a simpleton. Oh my goodness. Would you debate God? Of course.
What a sad, strange little man.
Oh, it's over. It's over. The video's over. I hoped it would continue. It's very entertaining. I just want someone to debate Vosh and quite literally recite the Keffels versus Food Shops debate. What was the Keffels versus Food Shops? Wait, there was a Keffels versus Food Shops debate? What was the Keffels versus... Okay, now I have to look it up. What? There was Keffels debate at food shops? When? When? When did Keffels debate food shops? It's literally 5 seconds long. Link it. We have to watch the 5 seconds. Oh, here it is. Keffels destroys for an epic debate.
Hello.
How's it
Hi.
going?
Good. How are you?
Good. I just had a question.
Yeah, what's up?
Why are you a pedophile?
No. But Keffels, do you really want to
L
do
plus
this? Like,
pedophile. Suck my dick. Alright, I kicked her.
But Keffels doesn't... Well, whatever. It was short. That's the debate.
Let's go back to what we were doing.
The good old days when Keflos actually had a big audience. That the chat does not flow as quickly now. The chat does not flow as quickly right now.
Liv? Yes? Dad? Where are you going? Oh! What are you wearing? A top! Go put a shirt on. Bye! Now! Bye! Bye, Dad!
I love this little dog videos. I watch them alone, off stream, in my private moments. This is my tax folder. I showed it to you by mistake. Am I cancelled?
Bye, Dad! Liv? Yes? Dad?
Am I cancelled? Okay. President Sunday. What is happening? What is President Sargonovakad? We're gonna snipe President Sunday.
Most extreme left-wing form of liberalism.
You're not alone.
The most extreme left-wing form of liberalism
What?
is obsessed with human sacrifice.
We've had enough. So now I'm gonna make my Okay, I wanna watch this. Now I really wanna watch this.
Where's my legs? Help me! Dad! What's the bread doing out? Dad, it's me! Oh! Dad, wait! You want a peanut butter and jelly, Liv? Dad, him! Help me! Him! Liv! Dad! Dad! Him! Jump! Oh! Where's my legs? Help me! Oh, no! What are the potatoes doing out? That's me, Dad! What are these doing out of the kitchen?
Wow. These are the best. These are the best little clips.
No! Dad, wait! No! Olivia, go wash your paws for dinner. Dad, it's him! Yeah, we let Hammy know it's almost dinner too. Him, jump! Stop him, Liv! Oh! Dad, wait! Olivia, what? Look! Ah!
Don't leave me.
Where's my legs? Liv! Help me!
Wow.
Where's your legs? I don't know! Dad!
You're a traitor.
What's going on? Look! It's him! That's a bread loaf. Dad! It's me! Look closer, Dad! Gosh! Those are potatoes. Wow! Oh, here's one!
That's a bread loaf. That's not ham. Those are potatoes. Can't do it. It's too funny. It's too funny.
Listen, I'm providing you quality content, okay?
That's a bread loaf.
Subscribe, friends! Thanks, Olivia. It'd also be great if they... Comment! Are we missing anything else, Hammy? Like it, guys!
Aww. Okay, enough. Now you have to give me the link to the Biden farewell speech so we can comment on it. Not a coup. Kamala Harris has made a coup by doing what a vice president is supposed to do. Whatever. What does that even... He's continuing the presidency. How does that even work? What coup? Oh, thank you. Okay, so please link me the Biden farewell speech. Full screen. Full screen ahead. Please link me. Nobody wants? Okay, I'm gonna find it myself. Oh my gosh. My audience hates me. Biden farewell speech. Full speech President Joe Biden gives address after dropping out. Okay, let's watch it. Let's watch it together. Some people say it was bad, some people say it was okay. Pretty mixed opinions on the speech. So I'm gonna be the judge on whether or not it was good or not. I'm gonna be the judge of this speech. Hello, Joe Biden. Hello, Monsieur. Gonna react to Joe Biden. It is time. It's time to react to Joe Biden. Hello, Emily S.
My fellow Americans, I'm speaking to you tonight from behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. In this sacred space.
A lot of people, well, maybe not a lot of people, but some people have said that he should have been like more aggressive, attacked Trump more in this speech, than that he did a very lackluster thing. I don't know. I feel like at this point he didn't have to be aggressive towards Trump. Like, all he had to do is, I'm leaving gracefully and I'm passing the baton to Kamala Harris, and from that point on she can be as aggressive against Trump as, you know, as she wishes, because she's basically the one competing against him, right? Like, there's not even a point of him attacking Trump at this point. It would potentially just sound petty and weird, you know? I might be out, but Trump is a jerk, you know?
I'm surrounded by portraits of extraordinary American presidents.
Is he gonna name Trump among those extraordinary presidents?
Thomas Jefferson wrote the immortal words that guide this nation. George Washington, who showed us presidents are not kings. Abraham
Which one candidate seems to be forgetting?
Lincoln, who implored us to reject malice. Franklin Roosevelt, who inspired us to reject fear. I revere this office, but I love my country more. It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president. But in the defense of democracy, which is at stake, I think it's more important than any title.
He even tweeted that sentence. I saw him tweeting this sentence earlier.
I draw strength and I find joy in working for the American people. But this sacred task of perfecting our union is not about me. It's about you, your families, your futures. It's about we, the people. We can never forget that.
So I guess he's basically just saying this is more than about me. It's my time is up. It's time for me to step down, you know. This is not an ego trip. If need be, I have to.
And I never have. I've made it clear that I believe America is at an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine our fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. America's going to have to choose between moving forward or backward, between hope and hate, between unity and division. We have to decide, do we still believe in honesty, decency, respect, freedom, justice, and democracy? In this moment, we can see those we disagree with not as enemies, but as fellow Americans. Can we do that?
Oh, he made a little bit of a, he had a little bit of a bump here, but he overcame it. But yeah, I saw this. It was like a popped up recap of his term, U.S. nationalism, founding father stuff. Young people at the time is now.
Does character in public life still
I don't know. I don't see that as necessarily bad.
matter?
Like, I did my bit, my time's now up, and now it's up to the next person. But, you know.
I believe I know the answer to these questions because I know you, the American people. And I know this. We are a great nation because we are good people. When you elected me to this office, I promised to all.
Unlike me, I'm Polish, so I'm horrible people. I'm not American. This is not towards me. I'm terrible people.
Always level with you. To tell you the truth. The truth. The sacred cause of this country is larger than any one of us. And those of us who cherish that cause, cherish it so much, a cause of American democracy itself, must unite to protect it. You know, in recent weeks, it's become clear to me that I need to unite my party in this critical endeavor. I believe my record as president, my leadership in the world, my vision for America's future, all merited a second term. But nothing can come in the way of saving our democracy. That includes personal ambition. So I've decided the best way
There you go. It's not about me, it's about the future of this country.
forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. It's the best way to unite our nation. You know, there is a time and a place for long years of experience in public life.
It's like Naruto. The next generation takes on the fight.
There's also a time and a place for new voices, fresh voices. Yes.
I mean, technically speaking, Kamala Harris is not that new of a voice, but I know what he means.
Younger voices. And that time and place is now.
Younger being the operative word, not necessarily young. Younger.
For the next 6 months, I'll be focused on doing my job as president. That means I'll continue to lower costs for hardworking families, grow our economy,
and Ukraine.
I'll keep defending our personal freedoms and our civil rights, from the right to vote to the right to choose. I'll keep calling out hate and extremism. Make it clear there is no place in America for political violence.
No place.
Or any violence ever, period.
True. Wait, no violence?
Keep
You're not gonna support Ukraine anymore?
Speaking out to protect our kids from gun violence.
Oh.
Our planet from climate crisis is the existential threat. And I will keep fighting for my cancer moonshot so we can end cancer as we know it, because we can do it. I'm going to call for Supreme Court reform because this is critical to our democracy. Supreme Court reform.
Yeah, Supreme Court needs a little bit of a change because things have not been great, that's for sure, in the Supreme Court.
You know, I will keep working to ensure America remains strong, secure, and the leader of the free world. I'm the first president in this century to report to the American people that the United States is not at war anywhere in the world. We'll keep rallying a coalition of proud nations.
But the US is sort of participating indirectly in wars.
To stop Putin from taking over Ukraine and doing more damage. We'll keep NATO stronger, and I'll make it more powerful and more united than any time in all of our history. I'll keep doing.
So you could say that the US is not at war, but it's certainly involved in wars.
Be the same for our allies in the Pacific. You know, when I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. That's not the case anymore. And I'm going to keep working to end the war in Gaza, bring home all the hostages, and bring peace and security to the Middle East and end this war. We're also working around the clock.
That's not happening so far, especially since Netanyahu does not want the war to end anytime soon because, you know, he's on thin ice, as you may or not know.
Bring home Americans being unjustly detained all around the world. You know, we've come so far since my inauguration.
Wait, is this a reference to the U.S. journalist that has been imprisoned in Russia for 16 years for supposedly spying for the CIA? Is that what he's referring here to?
That day I told you, as I stood in that winter, we stood in a winter of peril and a winter of possibilities. Peril and possibilities. We were in the grip of the worst pandemic in the century. The worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. The worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. We came together as Americans. We got through it. We emerged stronger, more prosperous, and more secure. Today we have the strongest economy in the world, creating nearly 16 million new jobs, a record. Wages are up. Inflation continues to come down. The racial wealth gap is the lowest it's been in 20 years. We're literally rebuilding our entire nation, urban, suburban, rural, and tribal communities.
Is that true?
Manufacturing has come back to America. We're leading the world again in chips and science and innovation. We finally beat Big Pharma after.
I've heard a lot of positive things about the CHIPS Act, that's for sure. So I guess I can agree with the CHIPS Act.
All these years to lower the cost of prescription drugs for seniors.
By the way, in Poland, as I've said, after a certain age, some medicine just becomes free. As I've said, I think last stream, my mom went to the pharmacy. She took some prescriptive medicine and she was like, so how much is it? And the pharmacy lady was like, you pay nothing. It's zero. You know?
And I'm going to keep fighting to make sure we lower the cost for everyone, not just seniors. More people have health care today in America than ever before. And I signed one of the most significant laws helping millions of veterans and their families who are exposed to toxic materials. You know, most significant climate law ever in the history of the world. The first major gun safety law in 30 years.
What is it depending on the age whether you pay? Because at some age you count as a senior. And seniors don't pay for a certain medicine, that's why. It's basically the same principle as Biden is saying here. I'm trying to lower the price of medicine for seniors. And in Poland it's not lowered price, but because the assumption is like the assumption is that when you reach a certain age, you don't work anymore. You just have your retirement money. And I guess the assumption is that seniors should not be spending that retirement money to get medicine. Right? That they should be spending it to enjoy life, etc. Not to, you know, get the thing that they need to keep living, you know? I assume that is the thought process, right? Sort of. So it's considered less of a burden on the country for younger people to pay some. Yeah. I mean, technically speaking, if you want to go that route, medicine should be cheap for everyone, or even free for everyone, if you could sort of make it work somehow. Because technically speaking, health should not be paywalled to begin with, but you know, if that's basically where you were going with the question, then I guess, yeah. I guess I agree. I will agree. That's the ideal. Health should not be paywalled. But then you'd have to sort of create some sort of a system in which you would be able to provide medicine for all that need it without payment. So, and the question is, how would that be done?
Today, the violent crime rate is at a 50-year low. We're also securing our border. Border crossings are lower today than when the previous administration...
And Poland has a medical worker shortage, right? Yes. Actually, some Ukrainian people have filled that role. Medical professionals from Ukraine have come to Poland and are working here.
left office. I've kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman to the Supreme Court.
A lot of people that were taking care of my mom in the rehab center were Ukrainian.
Of the United States of America. I also kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and be a president for all Americans. That's what I've done. I ran for president 4 years ago.
Does Poland incentivize immigration for doctors? And I believe so, actually, yeah. I actually believe it does.
Because I believed and still do that the soul of America was at stake. The very nature of who we are.
Poland actually incentivizes a lot of people to come study medicine in here. A lot of people from many countries come to Poland to study medicine because the medical university in Warsaw is pretty good. It has a pretty good level. And at the same time, it's much cheaper than in other places. So it's like for many people from abroad, it's a win-win, basically. It's a pretty high standard and it's much cheaper than in some places.
Was at stake. And that's still the case. America's an idea. An idea stronger than any army, bigger than any ocean, more powerful than any dictator or tyrant. It's the most powerful idea in the history of the world. That idea is that we hold these truths to be self-evident. We're all created equal, endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. Life, liberty.
Well, I'm not created equal. Because I'm not American, so apparently I'm not created equal. Because so that speech only, that only works for Americans, because that's a speech for Americans. But me being Polish, I wasn't born equal. At least until I obtained my American citizenship. Until then, nope.
Pursuit of happiness.
On my heart, you're an honorary American, thank you. I don't have family in Texas, but I think I've already mentioned my family in Texas.
We've never fully lived up to it, to this sacred idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I do not believe the American people will walk away from it now. In just a few months, the American people will choose the course of America's future.
True.
I made my choice.
By voting for Kamala Harris.
I've made my views known. I'd like to thank...
And for that astronaut as vice president, right? Is the astronaut gonna become the vice president nominee?
Our great vice president, Kamala Harris. She's experienced, she's tough, she's capable. She's been an incredible partner to me and a leader for our country. Now the choice is up to you, the American people. When you make that choice, remember the words of Benjamin Franklin hanging on my wall here in the Oval Office. alongside the busts of Dr. King and Rosa Parks and Cesar Chavez. When Ben Franklin was asked, as he emerged from the convention going on, whether the founders have given America a monarchy or republic, Franklin's response was, a republic, if you can keep it. A republic, if you can keep it.
True.
Whether we keep our republic is now...
Otherwise, it will become an empire, like with Trump. The assassination attempt has left me scarred and deformed. And Trump will establish the first empire, which is actually not the first empire, but you know, but you will. The first galactic empire, Operation Warp Speed.
On your hands. My fellow Americans, it's been the privilege of my life to serve this nation for over 50 years. Nowhere else on earth could a kid with a stutter, from modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, Claremont, Delaware, one day sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office as President of the United States.
I mean, in Poland, an electrician became president, so...
Here I am. That's what's so special about America. We're a nation of promise and possibilities, of dreamers and doers, of ordinary men.
I don't know. I don't know if the US is actually a country of dreamers. I believe that dreamers have been pretty shafted. I believe that the bipartisan thing that he wanted to do with the Republicans have left the dreamers pretty neglected. So I'm not 100% sure if I agree that the US is a country of dreamers. There you go. I made a little reference. How was that? How was that for a political reference?
America is doing extraordinary things. I've given my heart and my soul to our nation, like so many others. I've been blessed a million times in return with the love and support of the American people. I hope you have some idea how great...
I'm actually referring to the dreamers, you know, the dreamers, the group of people. Yes, I made a reference to that. I guess I don't have to look it up and show you anymore. You got what I mean.
Grateful I am to all of you.
No, okay. There we go. We're gonna be learning. We're gonna be learning today. Big education stream. Oof. 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 What is DACA and who are the dreamers? In January 2021, President Biden issued an executive order to direct federal agencies to preserve and fortify DACA. However, in July 2021, a federal judge in Texas ruled that DACA is illegal and said that Biden administration could not approve any new applications while not immediately impacting current recipients' status. President Biden called the ruling deeply disappointing and that it relegates hundreds of thousands of young immigrants to an uncertain future. He said the Department of Justice will appeal the decision and called on Congress to ensure a path of citizenship for them. On August 24, 2022, the Biden administration finalized a rule for the DACA program, which will go into effect on October 30, 1st, 2022. This federal rule, also called a regulation, formalizes the DACA program, which previously operated based on a 2012 memo issued by the Obama administration. The rule maintains the long-standing eligibility rules for DACA, and recipients will continue to be eligible for work authorization and considered to be lawfully present in the U.S. for the purposes of other immigration applications. This final rule could have but does not address the hundreds of thousands of first-time DACA applicants, immigrant youth who have aged into eligibility since 2017, and hundreds of thousands of other immigrants who were never able to apply remain locked out of the program. The DACA program itself remains in legal jeopardy as the U.S. District Court judge who closed DACA to first-time applicants in July 2021 ruled that the policy itself violates federal immigration law. The ongoing litigation could keep DACA closed to new participants and possibly lead to the termination of the program. So yes, it's a long one. In 2017, Trump administration orders end to DACA. Do you want me to continue reading this, or are we more or less, are we caught up? Be active, chat. Be active participants of the stream. That's fine, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Almost at the end of this speech.
The great thing about America is here, kings and dictators do not rule. The people do. History is in your hands.
Unless it's me, because I'm not American.
The power is in your hands. The idea of America lies in your hands.
Not mine.
You just have to keep faith. Keep the faith. And remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's simply nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. So let's act together. Preserve our democracy. God bless you all. May God protect our troops.
And good night.
Thank you.
All right, that was it. I mean, some people said that he should have been more aggressive on Trump, but I'm not sure if I agree. I think that's fine. I think it was fine. My time's up. It's fine. It's time for me to step down. You're all great. I believe you'll make the right choice. I believe you'll vote for the person that'll take over, because the alternative is bye-bye to democracy. That's basically what he said. And I think that's fine. He didn't have to go harder. There's no point of him going harder. It's the job of the person that takes over, Kamala Harris, to go hard. He just doesn't need to. There's just, you know what I mean? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you'll correct me in the chat in a moment, as I'm gonna go to the toilet and grab something to drink. You're gonna correct me. No, actually, he should have gone super hard, because reasons that you will provide in the chat, right? But until then, I'm gonna go, and then we're gonna discuss some trans topics, because I'm a trans streamer, and it's basically impossible for a trans streamer not to discuss at least some trans issues. Wouldn't you agree? At least I think it's sort of like a mandatory thing for a trans streamer to talk about trans things. At least, I don't know, at least a little bit, right? Oh, it's a treat. Okay, I'll be right back. Hello. My brain is fried. You're not asking dumb questions. Yes, I'm just gonna read it. On September 5th, 2017, President Trump ordered to end the Deferred Action on Childhood Arrivals program. This program shields some young undocumented immigrants who often arrived at a very young age in circumstances beyond their control from deportation. In 2012, President Obama issued the DACA executive order after the Development Relief and Education for Alien Minors DREAM Act did not pass in Congress several times. The young people impacted by DACA and the DREAM Act are often referred to as dreamers. Those are the dreamers. And that's not a dumb question. Oh. You should take some coal. Usually take coal when your stomach feels bad. Okay, let's move on to the topic of trans issues in Poland. Trans issues are not going well in Poland. Let's see if there's any English article on the topic. I wonder. Poland trans youth. Well, I'm afraid I'm going to have to find Polish articles on this. Sejm. Tranzycja. Alright, we're gonna have to translate a Polish article, a few of them. So there's, okay, where do, okay, let's start with this. Ordo Iuris. Ordo Iuris is basically, I'm just gonna be brief with this. Ordo Iuris is a ultra conservative, ultra right wing religious organization that gathers lawyers. Yes, it's a lawyer organization that is very Catholic and far right, and this organization of lawyers creates bills that it pushes forward that are basically supposed to be conservative and religious in nature, and you could say anti-progressive. And they've already made moves before in Poland. They have pushed forward something that became a ban on damaged fetuses in Poland. Now they have drafted this bill that would prevent young people from being able to transition in Poland, which is going to be apparently voted on in the Polish parliament. Apparently this bill goes even beyond just young people. We're going to read about it. We're going to talk about it. Poland's not in a good place. Poland's not been a good place for a long time when it comes to certain important issues. Poland for a long time, and apparently it still is, the number one country in the entirety of the European Union when it comes to anti-LGBT sentiment. The most homophobic country in Europe. It surpasses Hungary when it comes to homophobia. And in fact, I've heard during that was a year ago, but you know, I've heard that it's actually easier to discuss things related to homosexuality in Ukraine than in Poland. So make of that what you will. And with that little intro done, we can move into the new proposed bill. We're going to be looking at some Polish articles. Unfortunately, I have not been able to find any English language sources on this topic, which probably means that it's either too local for any foreign outlets to care, or no news outlets have caught on this yet. So yeah, I guess it's one of these two possibilities. Either no English speaking news thing cares to report on this, or they've not caught on yet. The same, I guess the parliament opens to the discussion about forbidding gender change of underage people. The bill has been sent to two commissions. A reporter from the TVN station is outraged because there's also the context of there's this very famous journalist. This famous journalist has a trans daughter, a child that is trans. He's been very supportive of his child from day one. He even made a whole documentary about his experience as a parent of a trans child, and that documentary's goal was to help other parents be good parents to their trans children. That's the thing. So this journalist is pretty, let's just say, pissed with this bill that would basically affect his child, right? The same commission, when it comes to petitions, has looked over the day before yesterday a bill crafted by the institute Ordo Iuris, which I've already briefly explained to you what Ordo Iuris is and what it represents. It represents conservative Catholic values and tries to enforce those values through a team of lawyers that drafts bills to be passed, conservative bills to be passed. So Ordo Iuris has crafted a bill that would forbid transition or so-called sex change surgery for minors. This is very important. This is the part when I say this goes beyond young people, right? The bill forbids people from transitioning or having a sex change operation. It forbids minors, those who are sort of not capable of making their own decisions, right? Those who have their sort of capacity of making their own decisions taken away. Deprived of liberty, I guess. Yeah. So minors, those who are deprived of liberty, and the third group, those who suffer from mental disorders, which would sort of exclude a person from being able to make their own decisions, to give consent. Which I'm not sure how broadly that can be interpreted, right? If I have depression, does that mean that under this bill, can I make my own decisions about transition? Or can I not make my own decisions about transition if I have, let's say, depression or suffer from suicidal thoughts? At that point, am I considered a person that is capable of giving consent to transition? So would that just make people not want to get help so they don't get that? Possibly. Possibly. People a member of parliament, Ursula Augustin, is happy that this topic has created discussion among the public and has positively judged the merits of the bill, which worries me very much because this person, Ursula Augustin, is a member of the currently ruling coalition, which supposedly is not far right. It's centrist, the current centrist. So when members of the current coalition get behind a bill crafted by a far-right Catholic organization of lawyers, I'm worried. I'm worried that this could possibly pass. So this is a moment when someone from the People's Coalition says, "Oh, this bill is pretty good." That worries me a lot, actually. There's one person that was not happy about it, that was not happy about the bill in the slightest. It was a journalist of the TV station TVN24, Radomir Vitov. Radomir Vitov. To be concrete, specifically, he did not like that the bill forbids transitioning for minors. And he also did not like the fact that the bill was crafted by the organization Ordo Iuris, which I have a lot of problems with as well. Like that this bill has been crafted by this specific organization. I think my brief description of what the organization is has given you an idea why someone could be possibly upset at this organization in particular handling this topic, right? Of trans issues, of transitioning, etc. A Tuesday meeting of the same commission for petitions were led by Chairman Rafał Bochenek, Law and Justice Party, and Vice Chair Lady Ursula Augustin, People's Coalition. Not very viable. The PO politician has been talking about the petition of Ordo Iuris. Augustin has stressed that the petition meets all the criteria in the rules, and that it has been placed for voting within the interest of the public. In this petition, it is put forward that a ban should be installed on surgeries or doing any medical treatment on minors within a so-called transition. So that would exclude puberty blockers or anything really. That would exclude any sort of transition, anything. MP Augustin has also added that the authors of the petition point to the fact that there's a growing list of people that goes to specialized medical centers that do hormonal intervention and surgery on children. And I guess supposedly they give the number of these things happening, and that there are people that regret their decision. The politician from the People's Coalition has pointed out that the petition has been very well argumented, and that has been analyzed. Doroshinsky, the West retreats from transitioning the youth. The West is retreating from transitioning minors. At the end of the day, which Ordo Iuris has informed us on their web page, the bill has been pushed forward to a further commission, the Commission of Health and Human Rights. Unfortunately, it's a very big topic, and the authors of the petition have sent us this for analysis. I have read this petition very thoroughly, and I must admit that I'm not confident if I'm competent enough to speak on this subject, which is, I must admit that that's a fair and honest thing to say for the Vice Commission of Health and Commission of Human Rights. As she explained, the project talks about such a broad subject matter that it should not be the subject of the work for this commission, which focuses on specific singular points as when it comes to improving law. I will definitely recommend that that our commission pushes it to different commissions, which will be able to formally tackle this problem, which is a systemic change. The Institute Ordo Iuris has presented during a meeting a law specialist, Rafał Dorosiński, who also is the co-author of the bill, says, I'm not going to hide that we've counted on a positive opinion from the Commission. The project comes from a place of newest data and research, which point that the whole trend, the whole phenomenon, which of surgeries and other treatments on underage people is based on inadequate and incomplete data and research. He has stressed that which is given to us as signs of progress, in reality, already has been falsified by many research institutes in the United States and Great Britain, Sweden and Finland. Those are the countries that have for some time been very liberal when it comes to this topic, opened the possibility to those treatments, but lately they've retreated from offering those treatments based on the research that I have done and based on the experiences on the medical facilities the lawyer has pointed out. In the spirit of debate, MP from the Civic Coalition, Marcin Józefaciuk, has taken, has said a few words. I did not think that I would ever agree with Ordo Iuris, but I agree that the protection of children is a paradigm and that we should protect children. The thing is that this project is completely opposite to defending children, because you are not, this project actually stands in opposition of protecting children, because the authors of this bill do not actually take into consideration a scenario of supporting children, of supporting a child. A decision of the minor when it comes to affirming their gender is not a decision that is made alone. If the research is not complete, then there should be a new diagnostic path in order to make the research complete. And psychologists, sexuologists, psychiatrists, for psychologists, sexuologists, and psychiatrists to have a bigger sort of impact on whether or not the surgery will be done. But the surgery is actually the very last phase when it comes to transitioning. I do not think that we should be going towards banning anything. I think that the state, in the name of defending children, should move towards creating a better diagnostic path. So what will happen next to the project is a big question that is being asked right now. We have been chosen by the citizens which want us to represent it in their affairs. The project has been put forward to us. And we receive it as a project that has been created in order to protect children. Because we are dealing with a problem that is growing not only in many European countries but in the entire world. In which case, the role of the state is to prepare such mechanism that will protect children, for them not to have to deal with the consequences of their possibly faulty decisions because of propaganda that is being pushed by the media, said Chairman Rafał Bochenek. I am very glad that we're talking about this. The public opinion should be informed on this topic and discuss it. The project is very well crafted. The argumentation is very robust. It's very well prepared. Chapeau bas. There are actually a lot of these arguments. There are arguments for as well as against. As pointed by Vice Chairman Ursula Augustin. She has stressed that this topic should be treated extremely seriously, but it should go to different commissions. Commission of Justice and Human Rights, and to the same Commission of Health. True. That is true, greater range. Vít is enraged. This statement was not to the liking of a journalist of the TVN24, Radomir Vít. Okay, that is very... So, Radomir Vít is angry with the statement. I'm listening back to the meeting of the Parliament Commission for Petitions. I am listening to what the MP of of Civic Coalition, Ursula Augustin, is saying on the topic of Ordo Iuris project. Lady MP sees a need for discussion on the project that forbids the transition of minors. She admires the creators of the bill for presenting data while not verifying where that data comes from or if it's even reliable data, wrote Radomir Vít on the X platform, which is a good argument. The chairman of the commission, Rafał Bochenek, has been wondering if Vít even has read the text of the bill or petition. The journalist of TVN probably has not even seen the proposed bill, but he just attacks it because he wants to attack it, because he does not like the organization that has created it. It is a very important project that defends minors from harmful social contagions, I guess. Giving children blockers, which create dangerous and irreversible hormonal changes. Can we assume that you're representing some homo or trans lobby, Mr. Journalist? Yes, that is a question that was asked. Wrote on X. It's not a project but a petition. And while I do not understand why the commission has not informed us that such a petition has been filed in, we could have been present during the commission with an opinion, with a meritorical opinion and argumentation as to why it should be thrown out. My bad, Editor-in-Chief. I got it. And even more, I do not understand the decision of not informing us or anyone else that this proposition has been filed. We are at the level of political talks about the bill of transitioning, and we're hoping that decisions in this matter will be made within a few months, and we will be able to move forward with pushing the bill. At the same time, she has said something very dangerous. A bill about sort of transitioning. I'm just going to use the word transitioning. It is curious if in the mentioned bill for transitioning, we will also find objective data which would point to the fact that we speak that this process is hard to reverse, and that agreeing on gender cannot be treated as a recipe for all problems of children and young people, those that are normal for puberty and of other nature. But from what the MP is saying, any discussion on giving children puberty blockers should be thrown out. The petition name is Stop okay, I have to translate this word. There has to be a nice word that will give. Stop maiming children. That's the name of the... Yes, Stop Maiming Children. The petition is called Stop Maiming Children. Let's see. Where is it? Okay, I'm gonna look it up in a different way. Let me read. There's one more statement by this guy that is pretty nice. I had it earlier. I heard it somewhere earlier. Maybe I have it still. Hold on. Maybe I still have it somewhere around here. Hold on. Had it prepared for today. There we go. Okay, we can read this. We can read this article. This is like a more in-depth reaction of this journalist to the whole thing. So, the ban on transition of minors will be discussed in the parliament. Piotr Jacoń. There you go. Piotr Jacoń is the father of the trans daughter. Piotr Jacoń, a journalist and a father of a trans daughter, has publicized on Instagram a commentary about the decision of the same commission for petitions. Jacoń, in his big entry on Instagram, has said that there are people from Law and Justice, but 16 people in this commission. From the 16 people in this commission, 9 are from the current ruling coalition. So Smiling Poland is taking this ban seriously. Ordo Iuris quotes Ursula Augustin from the Civic Coalition that the project is pretty well designed, the argumentation is very robust, and the project has been sort of preempted by a campaign under the slogan of "Stop Maiming Children," comments the journalist. Transition is a process for matching your body and also documents to your real gender. It is about trans people and no other people. The transition process can vary because individual needs are also varied. It does not have to be a surgical intervention. It can simply be a hormonal intervention. The social aspect is extremely important as well. The topic of how trans people are treated in society. Transition saves the lives of trans people. Ask them, those who are still alive. Piotr Yatson points out that the ban that is going to be discussed by the parliament does not have any backing in science, but it is based on something a lot more destructive, transphobia. Transphobia that is being emboldened by this bill, wrote the journalist. It takes away the dignity of young people that are searching for their own identity, gender identity. It takes away parents' rights because parental consent under this bill would be taken away when it comes to trans issues. It also takes away authority from the doctors because, according to this bill, no matter how experienced a doctor is, they will be forbidden from helping young people. It's just very Polish. So that is basically I think this is an important part of this whole conversation, like the opinion of a person that is actually a parent to a trans child that actually goes through the process is very supportive. Again, created a whole documentary on the issue. Okay, I think I'm going to have to be a little bit how you say, editing this is going to be a thing since I've mistaken the people. This is actually the parent. Yatson. There was this big scandal where someone made a joke about his daughter and then he sort of called it out on air and there was a whole thing about it. All right, we've done it. We've done our trans topic. I'm gonna go quickly to the toilet, and I'll be back. I'll be back for more stream. Isn't that exciting? Isn't it exciting that I'm going to be back for more? Do you want more? Do you crave more streaming? You tell me. We are back. Lucy, Vivian Wilson, she roasted Elon Musk. Who? Who roasted Elon Musk? I roasted Elon Musk, and I've been roasted by Elon Musk fans in the comments. You should go and fight them in the comments. Okay. So what do you think? Oh, maybe we could. I don't know if you. The translating has tired me out. I must admit. So what is this about Vivian Wilson? What is this about a Vivian Wilson we're looking into? Oh, it's Xander Hall. Oh, yes! All right, you're right. Yes, you're right. Oh my God, I actually had this prepared for today. Right. Good call. I actually had to save it for today. Very, very good. Thank you for reminding me. We're doing a sequel. We're doing a sequel for the Elon Musk thing because, yes, we're doing this now. I have it saved somewhere here. There we go. Vivian, Elon Musk's daughter, speaks on her father's lies on Threads. Compulsive liar, I guess. Elon Musk seems to be a compulsive liar. All right, let's go. So I've done a thing on Elon Musk. I've listened to a video on Elon Musk just yesterday, I believe. I've released it as a segment. Very predictably, I'm getting a lot of comments on the video which say that this kid needs more testosterone. I look like PewDiePie. Some person saying, dude, you need to go outside. Your brain needs it. Some person saying that I just completely misunderstood the argument. That there's a whole slew of comments criticizing me, let's just say, for my take on Elon Musk's conversation with Jordan Peterson. But now it seems that Elon Musk's daughter herself has decided to speak up on the whole thing. You know? And we're going to take a look at it. I'm prepared. I'm prepared to read this for this little segment, this little sequel segment. I'm going to do a President Sunday-esque segment about reading tweets because why not? That gives him fame and fortune, and it, you know, who knows, maybe it'll give me fame and fortune as well. So let us start without further ado. Also, Piotr Yatson created a whole documentary on his daughter. There's a lot of stuff I need to debunk, which I will get to, don't worry. But I want to start with what I find the funniest, which is the notorious slightly autistic tweet. This is gonna be a bit, so just bear with me. That name was born gay and slightly autistic. Two attributes that contribute to gender dysphoria. Speaking of evidence, there is no evidence that being on the spectrum is related in any way to contributing to gender dysphoria. Now we enter the realm of having zero evidence. Like, just because there exist trans people that happen to be on the spectrum that does not follow that correlation equals causation, and that being on the spectrum itself contributes, quote unquote, to gender dysphoria. It does not follow. Or that being gay, how does being gay contribute to gender dysphoria? That one makes also no sense at all, by the way. How does being gay contribute to gender dysphoria in the slightest? You can be gay and perfectly comfortable in your own gender. That's just... You know? I knew that from when he was about 4 years old. And he would pick out clothes for me to wear, like a jacket, and tell me it was fabulous, as well as his love for musicals and theater. But he was not a girl. So, oh my gosh. Vivian. This is entirely fake. Like, literally none of this ever happened. Ever. I don't even know where he got this from. My best guess is that he went to the Milo Yiannopoulos School of Gay Stereotypes, just picked some at random and said, good enough. And a last-ditch attempt to garner sympathy points when he's so obviously in the wrong, even in his own fucking story. I did not have a love of musical and theater when I was 4 because, you know, I was fucking 4. I did not know what these things were. My earliest real experience with musical was when my twin brother had a Hamilton phase in 8th or 9th grade and overplayed it so much in the car to the point where for a long time I swore off the entire genre. Whoops. I never picked out jackets for him to wear, and I was most certainly not calling them fabulous, because literally, what the fuck? I did not use the word fabulous when I was 4 because, once again, I would like to reiterate, I was 4. Like, this is so obvious, I don't even think it warrants explanation, but apparently people believe this nonsense, so here I am. This entire thing is completely made up, and there's a reason for this. He doesn't know what I was like as a child because he quite simply wasn't there. And in the little time that he was, I was relentlessly harassed for my femininity and queerness. Obviously, he can't say that, so I've been reduced to a happy little stereotype fag. Fagging along to use at his discretion. Wait, fag? I guess fagging. To use at his discretion. I think that says a lot about how he views queer people and children in general. As for if I'm not a woman, sure, Jan, whatever you say. I'm legally recognized as a woman in the state of California, and I don't concern myself with the opinions of those who are below me. Obviously, Elon can say the same because in a ketamine-fueled haze, he's desperate for attention and validation from an army of degenerate red-pilled incels and pick-me's who are quick to give it to him. Go touch some fucking grass. Extremely shocked to hear this D-bag is a liar. Hope you're not too bothered by what he says about you. I'm not, lol. Or lol. I'm not, lol. I've just started to find it funny at this point. Calling me dead on a podcast with Jordan Peterson, of all people, while basically admitting you have zero reading comprehension by saying you were tricked into signing documents that you read over multiple times is basically a parody of itself. Like it's honesty. Nice. Musk also says he was holding his baby in his arms when it died. Baby's mother says that never happened. Yep, a compulsive liar. Don't want to naysay here, but what confirmation do we have this is actually Vivian, formerly Musk? It's a reasonable question. I verified and it's her. She also has video clips where she talks on camera herself about the controversy. You see the account and network in my original tweet. How have you verified? Did any evidence of her appearance exist independent of her account? Sorry to be a stickler, but I like to verify before I pass on as fact. Do you want their birth certificate? Genuinely, what would be enough for you in a situation like this? I've seen her photos. It's her. If you have doubts at this point, I'm finding them unreasonable. So good luck on your research, I guess. Okay. Wild. Wild. Is there more? Is there any more that you can send me? Okay, Lucy, try to pronounce Deleuze. It's going pretty well. Ali I. Are you new to the stream, Ali I? Have you been here before? How have you find this stream? Maybe you've been here before, but I forgot. If I have forgotten, I apologize. Bird. The bird is the word. So yes, if you're new, I've been here before, but it seems a couple of weeks. I came here from Lonerbox, but it's been a while. Nice. Are you enjoying this stream? Do you like this stream? How do you find me when compared to Lonerbox? Who is the superior streamer? Even though technically speaking, he is the superior streamer because 400 or 500 people watch him and I have now an audience of 8 people, but who cares about numbers, right? It's about quality. Can you send me the NBC thing? Can you link it? Deleuze? Deleuze? Deleuze. Deleuze. Thank God she has a sense of humor about this. Elon is pathetic. I'll try to... Why are you... Why is this coming up? Why do you want me to... Why is this coming up? Why do you want me to pronounce it? Deleuze. Deleuze. Why? Why am I doing this? Why am I pronouncing this? I got the misconception being a bit of a boomer myself, but I can't imagine calling a family member. True. Oh. Sunday pronounces the luz, like the lose, and won't listen because of his English-centric mindset. The luz, the luz, the luz, the luz, the luz. The luz, the luz. I see. Oh, my pronunciation is more acceptable than President Sunday's. You got it mostly. Nice. Now I have to practice. Now all I have to do is practice in front of a mirror or something. Now we're waiting for River. Or River's out. You probably talked about it already, but how do you feel about Kamala Harris as a candidate? It's so far so good. She apparently is better on Palestine than Biden. She definitely is younger than Biden. She has a contagious laughter. She completely flips the whole age argument on its head. And also, in addition, she apparently has been able to secure quite a lot of funds in a pretty short time. So I'm being pretty optimistic about Kamala Harris as a candidate. So far. I'm superior to Sunday, thank you. I was surprised by how quickly everyone came together in support for her. It's a good sign.
The Lurs. The Lurs.
The Lurs. Oh, you meant for me to say the R with from bird. The Lurs. Okay.
The Lurs.
The Lurs.
The Lurs.
Okay, I misunderstood the bird thing. Thank you for the $5. Lucy has contagious giggling. Thank you. The Lurs. The Lurs. The Lurs. Did you have a nice nap, Alec? Perfect. We're waiting for River. We're waiting for River to get more Elon Musk daughter stuff. It is a good sign that people... Bernie Sanders basically is still waiting with the official endorsement for the vice president pick, but he basically said that he's just gonna push for her to win in any event. I pinged you on Discord. Which one? Giggle Cord? Oh, there we go. Damn. I wish I was this good looking, but you know. Some are pretty and some are not. That's the way of the game, isn't it? That's the way it goes. Some are pretty people, some people are pretty, and some people look like me. The Lurs. Elon Musk's transgender daughter in first interview says he berated her for being queer as a child. We're all pretty in our own ways, I guess. I guess I'll accept that as an answer. Or rather, we are all pretty to somebody. We're all pretty to somebody. And I at least know a few people that I'm pretty to. So that's, yeah, the hair is nice. I am actually pretty happy with how my hair regenerated on hormones. I'm actually pretty similar to my mom looks wise. My face is actually pretty similar to my mom's, believe it or not. I've inherited a lot of my mom's looks. In an exclusive interview, Vivian Jenna Wilson said her father's recent statements, including that she's not a girl, inspired her to speak out. I'm not just gonna let that slide. Vivian Jenna Wilson, the transgender daughter of Elon Musk, said Thursday in her first interview that he was an absent father who was cruel to her as a child for being queer and feminine. Wilson, 20, in an exclusive interview with NBC News, responded to comments Musk made Monday about her and her transgender identity on social media and in an interview posted online. Musk said she was not a girl and was figuratively dead, and he alleged that he had been tricked into authorizing trans-related medical treatment for her when she was 16. Wilson said that Musk hadn't been tricked and that after initially having hesitated, he knew what he was doing when he agreed to her treatment, which required consent from her parents. Musk's recent statements crossed the line, she said. I think he was under the assumption that I wasn't going to say anything and I would just let this go unchallenged, Wilson said in a phone interview, which I'm not going to do, because if you're going to lie about me, like blatantly to an audience of millions, I'm not just gonna let that slide. Wilson said that for as long as she could remember, Musk hasn't been a supportive father. She said he was rarely present in her life, leaving her and her siblings to be cared for by their mother or by nannies, even though Musk had joint custody, and she said Musk berated her when he was present. He was cold, she said. He's very quick to anger. He's uncaring and narcissistic. Wilson said that when she was a child, Musk would harass her for exhibiting feminine traits and pressure her to appear more masculine, including by pushing her to deepen her voice as early as elementary school. Wow, that's messed up. I was in 4th grade. We went on this road trip that I didn't know was actually just an advertisement for one of the cars. I don't remember which one, and he was constantly yelling at me viciously because my voice was too high. She said it was cruel. That is so weird. I don't think any parent does that. I don't think any parent shouts at their child for their voice being too... Your voice is what it is, no? Unless you take voice training. I'm sorry, kids don't control what their voice is like. It's just, it is what it is. Until you actually take your voice into your own hands and go through voice training or whatever. Musk didn't respond to our request for comment. Wilson and her twin brother were born to Musk's first wife, author Justine Musk. The couple divorced in 2008, and Wilson said her parents shared custody between their homes in the Los Angeles area. And it comes as no surprise that this guy endorsed Trump, probably because of how manly he thought Donald looked. I don't know. If this is supposed to be the model of masculinity, then I just don't know. I just don't know anymore. I guess I just have a different image when I think of a manly man. When I think of a nice, manly man, I have a different image in my head. Musk, 53, is among the wealthiest people in the world through his stakes in Tesla, where he is CEO, and in SpaceX, which he founded. He has also become a significant political figure, having endorsed former President Donald Trump this month for another term in the White House. Musk has 12 children, including Wilson. Jesus, 12 children. Now a college student studying languages, Wilson has never granted an interview before and has largely stayed out of public view. She did, however, attract attention in 2022 when she sought court approval in California to change her name and in the process denounced her father. I no longer live with or wish to be related to my biological father in any way, shape, or form, she said in the court filing. Yep, I did say 12 children. She told the NBC News that at the time she was surprised by the media attention to the court filing, which she submitted when she was 18. She said in the interview that she stands by what she wrote, though she said she might have tried to be more eloquent had she known the coverage it would get. Wilson said that she hadn't spoken to Musk in about 4 years, and that she refused to be defined by him. I would like to emphasize one thing. I'm an adult. I'm 20 years old. I'm not a child, she said. My life should be defined by my own choices. True. True and real. Musk threw a spotlight on Wilson on Monday by speaking about their relationship in a video interview with psychologist and conservative commentator Jordan Peterson, streamed live on X, saying he didn't support Wilson's gender identity. I lost my son, essentially, Musk said. He used Wilson's birth name, also known as a dead name for transgender people, and said she was dead, killed by the woke mind virus. And in a post on X, Musk said Monday that Wilson was born gay and slightly autistic, and that at age 4, she fit certain gay stereotypes, such as loving musicals and using the exclamation "fabulous." The word "fabulous" is gay? I guess I'm a foreigner. I guess I just don't get it. I did not know that certain words were just inherently gay, more gay than other words, but here we are. The word "fabulous" is simply gay. Fabulously gay. Yes, it is. To describe certain clothing, Wilson told NBC News that the anecdotes aren't true, though she said she did act stereotypically feminine in other ways as a child. Wilson also addressed Musk's recent comments in a series of posts Thursday on the social media app Threads. Thank you. I'm not sure if I am, but I try. He doesn't know what I was like as a child because he quite simply wasn't there, she wrote. And in the little time that he was, I was relentlessly harassed for my femininity and queerness. I've been reduced to a happy little stereotype, she continued. I think that says a lot about how he views queer people and children in general. In recent years, Musk has taken a hard right turn into conservative politics and has been waging a campaign against transgender people and policies designed to support them. This month, he said he was pulling his business out of California to protest a new state law that bars schools from requiring that trans kids be outed to their parents Jesus, what a transphobe. How transphobic can you get? Just how transphobic can you get? Heavens to Betsy. One of these days she'll believe one of these compliments, Lucy. You know what? Maybe I should believe them. My therapist told me that I should give myself some love. And maybe I should believe some of those compliments. At least a bit. Okay. That's wild. I lied to you? I mean, I could answer by saying that you certainly believe what you're saying. Okay. Elon Musk ended up being the snowflake in the room. How surprising. How shocking. Ignore the times I did in fact lie to you. I see. I understand. Were there any times that he actually lied? Oh, never mind. On X, Musk has for years criticized transgender rights, including medical treatments for trans-identifying minors and the use of pronouns. Jesus. If they are different from what would be used at birth. He has promoted anti-trans content and called for arresting people who provide trans care to minors. Hello, let us be free. After Musk bought X, then known as Twitter, in 2022, he rolled back the app's protections for trans people, including a ban on using dead names. We've done a Polish segment, Lettuce, on trans rights, no less. Musk told Peterson that Wilson's gender transition has been the motivation for his push into conservative politics. I vowed to destroy the woke mind virus after that, and we're making some progress, he said. Wilson was also mentioned in a biography of Musk by author Walter Isaacson, a book that she told NBC News was inaccurate and unfair to her. The book refers to her politics as radical Marxism, quoting Musk's sister-in-law Christiana Musk. But Wilson said she's not a Marxist, though she said she does oppose wealth inequality. Jesus Christ. We're really far gone if believing in wealth inequality gets you branded as a Marxist. Wow. I guess that's the bar. That's the bar you gotta meet to be a Marxist. All you have to do is believe that wealth inequality exists and be opposed to it. Welcome. Welcome to Marxism. Okay. The book also calls her by her middle name, Jenna. Wilson said Isaacson never reached out to her directly ahead of publication. In a phone interview Thursday, Isaacson said he had reached out to Wilson through family members. Christiana Musk didn't immediately respond to requests for comment Thursday. Wilson told NBC News that for years she had considered speaking out about Musk's behavior as a parent and as a person, but that she could no longer remain silent after his comments Monday. She said she had never received an explanation for why her father spent so little time with her and her siblings, behavior that she now views as strange. He was there, I want to say, maybe 10% of the time. That's generous, she said. He had half custody and he fully was not there. It was just a fact of life at the time, so I didn't think I realized just how abnormal of an experience it was, she added. I mean, considering what sort of a person he is, maybe that's for the better. Wilson said she came out twice in life, once as gay in 8th grade and the second time as transgender when she was 16. She said that she doesn't recall Musk's response the first time and that she wasn't present when Musk heard from others that she was transgender, because by then the pandemic had started and she was living full-time with her mother. She's very supportive. I love her a lot, Wilson said of her mom. The pandemic was a chance to escape Musk's cruelty, she said. When COVID hit, I was like, I'm not going over there, she said. It was basically very lucky timing. Musk told Peterson in the interview that he had been tricked into signing documents authorizing transgender-related medical treatment for Wilson, an allegation Wilson said isn't true. I was essentially tricked into signing documents for one of my older boys, Musk said, using her birth name. This was before I had really any understanding of what was going on, and we had COVID going on, he said, adding that he was told she might commit suicide. Wilson said that in 2020, when she was still a minor at 16, she wanted to start treatment for severe gender dysphoria but needed the consent of both parents under California law. She said that her mother was supportive but that Musk initially wasn't. She said she texted him about it for a while. I was trying to do this for months, but he said I had to go meet with him in person, she said. At that point, it was very clear that we both had a very distinct disdain for each other. When she eventually went and gave him the medical forms, she said he read them at least twice, once with her and then again on his own before he signed them. Es muy bien, Chaotic King. Es muy bien. He was not by any means tricked. He knew the full side effects, she said. She said she took puberty blockers before she switched to hormone replacement therapy treatment that she said were life-saving for her and other transgender people. They save lives, let's not get that twisted, she said. They definitely allowed me to thrive. She said she believed the requirements to obtain such treatments remained onerous, with teenagers pressured to say they're at extreme risk of self-harm before they'll be approved. She said she felt judged by Musk and Peterson in the Monday interview for not being at a high enough risk in their eyes. I've been basically put into a point where, to a group of people, I have to basically prove whether or not I was suicidal or not to warrant medically transitioning, she said. It's absolutely mind-boggling. Actually, I've been asked that by doctors. Where's your suffering? Can you show more suffering? Can you sort of describe things that would display your suffering more? Those were questions that I've been those were requests and questions that I've been given before being prescribed hormones. Can you demonstrate your suffering a little bit more? Where's the suffering? Yeah, I've been asked that during the whole process. Yes. Yes, correct. So that's that. That was very interesting, wasn't it? That's going to be a perfect segment. There's going to be a perfect sequel. There's going to be a perfect sequel to yesterday's segments that I've received a lot of interesting feedback to. Well, actually, we could take a look. We could take a look. You want to take a look? Let's take a look, actually. You know what? I don't mind. President Sandy's still online. Let's snipe him quickly before we check. Okay, we're gonna go to my channel. Videos. We're talking Elon Musk. Elon Musk, horrible parent, blames woke mind virus. I've received quite some feedback for this. Okay, let's see. Let's watch the comments. Let's see the comments that I received under this video. You're so biased that you're not hearing what they are saying. And by they, this commenter means Elon Musk and Jordan Peterson. You seem confused. He looks like PewDiePie. Oh, this one's a doozy. This one's a doozy. Where's the... Shouldn't I be able to... Oh, this person basically said that I misunderstood the whole video. The whole 2-minute fragment of the interview. Kid needs some testosterone. By I assume they mean me. I'm a kid that needs more testosterone. Wow. That was utterly self-unaware. Dude, go outside and get some meaningful fresh air and exercise. Your brain needs it bad. Shut up, dude. Go for a walk outside. You look like you need it. Damn, you look exactly like Trump Shooter. LMAO. They all do. They all do. Woke mind virus. Thank you for the $15. Thank you. Thank you. So that was very enlightening. That is a very enlightening. But let's be honest. I knew this would happen. The moment I uploaded this as a segment. It's at the end of the day, calling me a kid just makes me feel young. And also at the end of the day, it just helps me. It's engagement. YouTube doesn't actually care if the engagement is negative or positive. YouTube just cares if there's engagement at the end of the day. So I guess we're gonna put out a sequel. We'll see if people are gonna comment under the sequel. The Elon Musk sequel. That's gonna be something. The old do? No, it's not sarcastic. It doesn't feel sarcastic to me. I know. $11,000 people are watching Destiny. Did you follow the controversy that Destiny got himself into with his comments after the Trump assassination? Yes, I have. I've actually given my opinion on it. I said that whatever point he was trying to make, he was making it horribly. That's the first point that I made. And the second point that I made is that it's pretty rich for someone that has contributed directly to the far-right climate, suddenly woke up now to discover, oh my gosh, the far-right is pretty bad, you know? it's pretty rich for a person that sort of contributed to the problem to now suddenly wake up from a daze and discover the problem, seemingly. Of course, we all know that's not the case. We all know that he's known about the problem for a long time, that he knew perfectly well what he was doing when he was talking about the progressive orthodoxy in academia, that you have to toe the line or be fired. He knew exactly what he was doing when he was buddying with Lauren Southern, with Nick Fuentes, etc. He knew exactly what he was doing when he was attacking the left and trying to make the right seem like actually reasonable and worth discussing things with. They actually aren't all that bad. They have many good ideas that should be talked about. And now suddenly, no, they're all crazy. You know? It just makes you wonder. It just makes you wonder, what didn't Destiny know before? How things were. Am I to come to the conclusion that Destiny, right up until this point, has been blissfully ignorant about the state of affairs in his own country? I agree. I don't think Destiny is really helping things with these comments, but I do think the one silver lining is that burst might lead to more awareness. Maybe. Although at this point, I don't know. At this point, I'm shocked that January 6th is even a discussion still. It should be very clear to everybody what happened there. But, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. It should be painfully clear to everybody observing what was going on there. But apparently it is not. Apparently it is not. So here we are with this whole mess. Maybe Destiny after all is just an edgelord who pretends to believe whatever makes him stand out. What came out of his Israel visit while we're at it? Did anything of note sort of come to be from his Israel visit? Did he produce any material? Did he produce anything from his trip to Israel? Anything at all? Any video material? Any written material? Anything? Pretty recently, yeah, with Lonerbox. I know about that. I know he got yelled at, but did he actually produce anything? Did he actually produce any video material? A documentary of his trip? Did he actually? Has he actually done that? Oh, don't know. Just to say he did it? So, no, nothing was born. I actually have to organize my recordings of Ukraine. Damn. I guess he did. Didn't he? I guess he did have something to prove. Okay. Let's see what President Sunday's up to, huh? In Time Independent News. Oh.
And the paltry, abysmal efforts that were put forth by both San Francisco and New York in this area. They're like, oh, look, we had one little hiccup, so the program isn't going to actually work. So they completely neutered it. And then, of course, 6 months later, they didn't have any improvements because they neutered the whole damn thing.
Who's speaking?
right off the bat, and I'm like, okay, maybe you've got a point there.
Okay, I have no clue who's speaking. What's Kid Not King up to? Wait, what was that video? Oh. What is Kid Not King up to? Actually, nothing. What is President Sunday up to? I think it's theory.
May well be infinite, or may well become infinite. It nevertheless does not acquire the power to affirm either divergence or
Power
decenter.
of love.
It requires.
Okay, well, I'm gonna leave you with storks for a bit. I have to go to the toilet. Do you like storks? Do you like storks? You answer me this question, this important question. True. White storks, yes. So I'm just gonna show you the storks and I'm gonna, I don't know. Oh, they're not live. Damn. That's so sad. Oh no, they are live. Okay. Watch the storks. Just watch the storks and I'm gonna go to the toilet. Observe the storks as I go to the toilet. Be right back. Thank you, Fake Calico Parker. Oh, I kept it off screen for now on purpose. sorry. I was just criticizing the chat. I said people left, and I added that people are such bird haters on this stream. People couldn't handle the birds and just left the stream outright. I like the birds. Well, yeah, you stayed. You stayed, unlike some traders. You know? I'm still here. You're still here as well, Lettuce. You're not a traitor. Damn. What other topics do we have for today? Surely I have something for us. Poland has torn down another communist statue. The statue in Novograd was erected in 1972 and glorifies the Soviet Red Army. Poland adopted a law in 2016 required local authorities to tear down monuments glorifying communism. The process has accelerated since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This was the 41st communist statue to be torn down since February 24th, 2022. We're gonna watch the process of tearing down the Polish statue, or rather the USSR statue, to be more precise with my language. I have to be precise with my language. You did say other day you'd like to talk. I would like to talk about Kenya. You're right.
Dość dla obiektów sowieckiej propagandy w Polsce.
Dokładnie. Dość obiektów sowieckiej propagandy w Polsce. Dość. Dosyć. Basta. So that was it. That was a nice short little segment, wasn't it? That was something. That was something, wasn't it? Deserving of something. That was something deserving of something. It's not art. Come on. Not everything's art. It's propaganda piece. Oh my god. Okay, the comments leave me sad. Oh yeah, apparently Russians have been drinking water from puddles. Russian soldiers, that is. Russian soldiers have been drinking puddles because there's not enough water supply for soldiers to be able to drink water. I guess this is our Twitter segment. So wild to think about that soldiers are so deprived of supplies that Russian soldiers, that they have to drink puddle water. Look, take a look at, check this out. The music. They don't even boil the water. There must be such foul water. Yeah, just drink it. It's absolutely wild. This is just wild. You gotta ask yourselves, just how often does that happen? Just how widespread is this problem of lack of supplies to the point that people have to drink puddle water? So wild to think about. Yellow. What else? Oh, there's a new thing. Polish schools will have to accommodate 80,000 Ukrainian children in their curriculum. Because apparently all Ukrainian children that live in Poland will become will be under the mandatory school system in Poland. So 80,000 Ukrainian children will go to school and will have to learn alongside Polish children. Guess we can read about this a bit. How do I make this bigger? Why is it so small? I cannot read. But yes. It's like basically says that children have to be accommodated, that there probably won't be enough space, that it's mainly about primary school, and that there will have to be this program that will allow the children to assimilate, sort of, I guess, which I still criticize. I still think Poland should just give Ukrainian children Ukrainian education in Ukrainian, not push Ukrainian children into the Polish education system. I think that's not good. I think Poland has within its means to organize classes for Ukrainian children in Ukrainian to prepare them to be able to, should the war end, go to Ukraine and function, normally as if they were receiving education in Ukraine. That should be the course of action, not having children undergo Polish system of education. For example, believe it or not, Iran, when it accepted refugees, Polish refugees during World War II, it actually created a whole Polish education for Polish children. Polish children were not forced into an Iranian educational system. So if Iran managed to do it, then I don't see why Poland could not do it. If Iran could do it for Polish children, then I don't see why Poland would not be able to do it for Ukrainian children. That is my stance, and I'll stand by it. There will be evenly distributed. Russia forms 12 organizations to militarize children in occupied parts of Zaporizhia Oblast. Russia has launched 12 youth propagandistic movements to militarize Ukrainian children in partially occupied Zaporizhia Oblast, Ukraine Forum reported on July 24th, citing the head of the local police, Artem Kisko. Over 19,500 children have been confirmed as abducted by Russia since the start of its full-scale invasion. There's probably more abducted children. I'm writing an article on this topic after my discussion with the organization that helps retrieve the children. I have to finish that article. It's pretty far advanced. And nearly 800 of them have been brought back home, according to Deputy Prime Minister Irina Vereshchuk. In June, investigators of the international human rights organization Human Rights Watch revealed numerous violations by Russia of the global right of children to education in the occupied territories. The violations included introducing its own education system, spreading anti-Ukrainian propaganda, and military training. Apparently, children get notice about preparing for military as young as 15 years old. The Russian proxies conduct propaganda activities among children and youth in the cities of Melitopol and Berdyansk, according to Kisko. Kisko added that Russian President Vladimir Putin has a person in charge who goes to the occupied territories once a week and controls how these movements develop. They, Russian proxies, are militarizing their youth organizations, training children to kill, said Kisko. Ukrainian law enforcement officers are working to identify the people involved in establishing such movements, charge them in absentia with committing criminal offenses, and then bring them to justice, according to Kisko. Already, there were already children that were young during the 2014 invasion, when areas of Ukraine had been occupied, and those children grew up, and they grew up believing they were soldiers of independent zones. They didn't think they were fighting for Russia. They didn't think they were Ukrainian. They thought they were just citizens of independent zones. And they are now in Ukrainian prisons, and they still are confused about what's even going on. Putin previously praised Lvova Belova for her work overseeing the deportation of Ukrainian children, portraying it as so-called humanitarian effort to protect Russian citizens. Well, if you look forward to my article when it's finished. Some children who were abducted and deported to Russia were possibly put up for adoption on a government-linked adoption site, according to an investigation released by the Financial Times on June 12. Ukrainian children have been forcibly deported to Russia, are subject to systemic re-education efforts by Russian authorities, according to a report published by The Guardian. There are more interesting facts about this that I will reveal in my fascinating article, my mysterious article that I've been writing for some time now. Gosh, I have to hurry up with the things that I have to do. I have quite a lot of things to do. I have to restructure the channel because it's a mess. I have to, there are quite a lot of things that need to be done. Don't you think? It's okay. It is all from the position of self-love. For how long? Well, some of them have been existing since 2014. Right? Donetsk, Luhansk. Remember? That happened in 2014. Trump Kamala debate. Is there a debate upcoming of Donald Trump and Kamala Harris? I want to see that. That's something that I'm actually looking forward to. Is that something that's looking to become a reality? Dr. K's gross and immoral practices finally punished. Official reprimand. Dr. K. I actually forgot that he existed. Actually forgot that Dr. K even existed. Hakim's so-called history of Ukraine. Okay, we have to watch this video. We're reacting. Hakim, history of Ukraine, huh? Okay. No one was replacing you. Why genocide and how the West destroyed Ukraine. Okay, I want to watch this. So that's a short and sweet video. Probably very uninformed. Oh yeah, you're doing this. We'll see how much of this I'll be able to just comment on off the cuff without any sort of prep work. I like the challenge. I like to challenge myself that way. I mean, they were children. They were children when this happened, and they grew up in that new reality, sort of, right? So they very well might have been indoctrinized into believing that there's not been anything else before, right? Depending on how much access they've been given to information, what information has been given to them. Who knows? They were still children when the occupation happened, and they grew up within that occupation. So who knows what sort of education, let's put it that way, they've received. Okay, let's watch the Hakim thing. Oh, the IMF. Oh, I've seen debates on that. The IMF, the evils of the IMF, of course. Who cares about the fact that Russia is actually factually trying to enact genocide in Ukraine? It's actually the West that destroyed Ukraine.
Hello. Ukraine has been in the news plenty these last 2 years, but what exactly was Ukraine like before?
Colorful revolutions. But then again, I would remind you that according to Hakim, the solidarity movement of the 70s and 80s was also basically a colored revolution. Basically, Hakim believes that the People's Republic of Poland was toppled by the CIA, unironically. I think there's a whole video on that as well. There's a whole video that explains how the Solidarity movement was basically just a CIA project. Which, when I told this to my mom, who was a member of the Solidarity movement, she looked at me as if I was an idiot and told me to shut up. So there you go. There you have it. Yeah.
For all of this, let's take a look.
Let's take a look. Initial post-Soviet era. Is he gonna mention the CIS? Nobody mentions the CIS, so maybe Hakim's gonna be the first YouTuber to mention CIS. But if you mention CIS, you cannot mention CIS without also mentioning the catastrophic failure that it proved to be. So maybe he'll just not mention CIS. It'll be probably better. Be probably better for Hakim not to mention it. Right? Okay, who knows? Maybe he will.
1991, Ukraine supposedly gained independence following the
Supposedly gained independence. Well, didn't it? It actually did. It actually did gain independence. To the point that Ukraine and Russia were bickering as to which country should get things like the Black Sea Fleet. If Ukraine did not get independence, then that sort of bickering would be basically impossible. Years passed, the Black Sea Fleet deteriorated, and finally it was decided that it would be split between the two countries. So, sounds pretty independent to me.
The illegal and undemocratic dissolution of the USSR against the will of the overwhelming independence following the illegal and undemocratic dissolution of the USSR against the will of the overwhelming majority of the nation's population. Afterwards,
And yet, Ukraine was happy to later vote to be independent, so...
Ukraine was forced to experience a tough transition from a centrally planned economy to a so-called free market economy via shock therapy and rapid bargain price sale of state assets, similar to what Russia experienced.
Poland also went through shock therapy, and somehow it didn't collapse. Somehow it didn't... Whatever.
Which I made a video on here. Unsurprisingly,
Somehow Poland did not crumble, even though it underwent its own version of shock therapy. It wasn't good. It was at some point abandoned and replaced with something else, but come on. It's basically shock therapy. It's basically when you do a radical change from the old system, the socialist Marxism socialist system, to a capitalist system. That's basically, to simplify it to the most extreme, that's basically what it was.
severe economic instability, inflation, and widespread corruption were the result. These early years were also politically...
Okay, we're gonna actually look it up. It's called the Balcerowicz Plan. The Balcerowicz Plan, Polish Plan Balcerowicza, also termed shock therapy, was a method for rapidly transitioning from an economy based on state ownership and central planning to a capitalist market economy. A group of experts which they formed together with Balcerowicz, including Stanisław Gomułka, Stefan Kawalec, and Wojciech Misiąg, in September 1989 created a reform plan based on an earlier idea of Jeffrey Sachs. Jeffrey Sachs being the main orchestrator of shock therapy in Russia. While we're at it. And on October 6th, an outline of this plan was presented to the public by Balcerowicz at a press conference broadcast by TVP, the Polish national television. Named after the Polish minister and economist Leszek Balcerowicz, the free market economic reforms were adopted in Poland in 1989. There was a temporary drop in output, but growth was eventually achieved by 1992. Similar reforms were made in a number of countries. The plan has resulted in reduced inflation and budget deficit while simultaneously increasing unemployment and worsening the financial situation of the poorest members of society. The unofficial talks at Magdalenka and then Polish Roundtable talks of 1989 allowed for a peaceful transition of power to the democratically elected government. Initially, it was agreed the government would be formed by Tadeusz Mazowiecki and the opposition, while the seat of the President of Poland would be given to former Polish United Workers' Party leader General Wojciech Jaruzelski. The state of Poland's economy as of 1989 was dire. After failed social and economic reforms of 1970s, the communist government had secretly declared its insolvency to Western creditors in 1981. Lucius Simp, thank you for the $5. Fake Carl Parker. I'm not sure what sort of simp I am, but thank you. Food price increases introduced first in 1970s to preserve the basic cash flow led to social unrest and formation of mass solidarity, social change movement, which by early 1980s had over 10 million members. Desperate attempts to maintain the Marxist-style economy and internal opposition in the party to any economic reforms that would break the status quo led to the introduction of martial law, 1981-1983, which further hindered economic growth and resulted in international sanctions. In 1982, the government imposed further large, up to 100% price increases and significantly extended rationing of food and other basic goods. In the late 1980s, after 45 years of communist rule, Poland's economy was ineffective, paralyzed by central planning and discontent of poorly paid workers. The inflation rate had reached 639.6% and was constantly rising. Foreign debt reached $42 billion. The majority of state-owned monopolies and holdings were largely ineffective and completely obsolete in terms of technology. Although there was practically no unemployment in Poland, wages were low, and the shortage economy led to lack of even the most basic foodstuffs in the shops. The plan. In September 1989, a commission of experts, I might as well show the thing on screen. In September 1989, a commission of experts was formed under the presidency of Leszek Balcerowicz, Poland's leading economist, Minister of Finance and Deputy Premier of Poland. Among the members of the commission were Jeffrey Sachs, Stanisław Gomułka, Stefan Kawalec, and Wojciech Misiong. The commission prepared a plan of extensive reforms that were to enable the transformation of Poland's economy from obsolete and ineffective central planning to capitalism as adopted by the states of Western Europe and America. On October 6, the program was presented on public television, and in December the Sejm passed a packet of 10 acts, all of which were signed by the president on 31st December 1989. These were: Act on Financial Economy within state-owned companies, which allowed for state-owned businesses to declare bankruptcy and ended the fiction by which companies were able to exist even if their effectiveness and accountability was close to none. Removed the guarantee of the existence of all state-owned enterprises regardless of their financial results, and production efficiency enabled the insolvency proceedings against unprofitable enterprises. 2. Act on Banking Law, which forbade financing the state budget deficit by the National Central Bank and forbade the issue of new currency. 3. Act on Credits, which abolished the preferential laws on credits for state-owned companies and tied interest rates to inflation. 4. Act on taxation and excessive wage rise, introducing the so-called Popivec tax, limiting the wage increase in state-owned companies in order to limit hyperinflation. 5. Act on new rules of taxation, introducing common taxation for all companies and abolishing special taxes that could previously have been applied to private companies through means of an administrative decision. 6. Act of economic activity of foreign investors, allowing foreign companies and private people to invest in Poland and export their profit abroad, exempting enterprises with foreign capital from paying Popivec tax. 7. Act on foreign currencies, introducing internal exchangeability of the zloty and abolishing the state monopoly in international trade. 8. Act on customs law, creating a uniform customs rate for all companies. 9. Act on employment, regulating the duties of unemployment agencies, formally sanctioning the existence of unemployment. 10. Act on special circumstances under which a worker could be laid off, protecting the workers of state firms from being fired in large numbers and guaranteeing unemployment grants and severance pay. In late December, the plan was approved by the International Monetary Fund. The IMF's support was especially important because the national debt in various foreign banks and governments reached an amount of $42 billion, 64.8% of the GDP in 1989. The IMF granted Poland a stabilization fund of US $1 billion and an additional standby credit of US $720 million. Following this, the World Bank granted Poland additional credits for modernization of exports of Polish goods and food products. Many governments followed and paid off some of the former communist debt, about 50% of the sum of debt capital and all accumulated interest rates to 2001. It's okay, Greater Rain. Effects. This is a pretty big article. The most visible change in 1989 was the end of food and basic goods shortages, thanks to depenalization of private trade, which was a criminal offense, speculation, before 1989. Formally, the law was enacted on the 1st December of 1989, but since enforcement was stopped by summer 1989, shops were inundated by goods produced and imported by small private enterprises. The Christmas of 1989, which is in Poland, celebrated with a lot of traditional dishes, was the first one when people could buy goods without queues, corruption, or black market. Previously scarce goods, especially food, toys, and electronics, were now widely available from private suppliers, although at significantly higher prices. In the larger picture, the reforms drastically limited the state's influence over the economy. The plan released price fixing for many products, allowing them to be decided by the market instead of the Central Statistical Office. Also, the internal debt was drastically limited by 3% of the GNP by reducing state subsidies to coal, electricity, and petroleum. Although inflation seemed to be out of control, the Polish economy gradually started to get back on track. By 1992, more than 600,000 private companies had been set up, providing jobs for approximately 1.5 million people. Poland's annual growth rate between 1989 and 2000 was the highest of all post-communist economies. Economists in Ukraine frequently use the Balcerowicz plan as a comparison of how economy could grow in Ukraine if similar reforms had been implemented in 1990. Or, from the opposite point of view, how it could have stagnated in Poland if the plan were not implemented. In terms of GDP per capita, corrected by purchasing power parity, both countries started from the same level in 1990, but Ukraine's economy was developing much slower in subsequent years. Many aspects of the post-communist economy were a shock to society. For example, sharp rise of prices on food that was previously officially sold at small, regulated prices, even though it was in fact rarely seen in shops. Many state-owned enterprises and collective farms were already insolvent in the 1980s and didn't pay their workers for months or years, which was the cause for unrest. But from a legal point of view, they weren't bankrupt, since the concept of bankruptcy of a state-owned enterprise did not even exist in the communist legislation for ideological reasons, just as didn't unemployment. Balcerowicz reforms reintroduced these concepts to the Polish law to allow for restructurization and privatization, which resulted in a widespread perception that it was these reforms that were the direct cause for bankruptcy and unemployment. The rise of formal unemployment was especially drastic in rural areas of the country, which had previously been collectivized by the government into state-owned farms. A number of left-wing and populist leaders criticized the reforms, most notably Andrzej Lepper, the leader of the populist self-defense Samobrona party, used the slogan Balcerowicz must go, Balcerowicz musi odejść. And there we go. There we have it. A little bit of a history lesson as to what the shock therapy was, at least for Poland. So keep in mind it was not the same for every country.
Unstable as different blocs fought for power within the new capitalist state.
So keep in mind that keep in mind the example that we just read about as we watch this video, because like Ukraine also itself, as it was written here, recognized that implementing something similar could have been quite beneficial for Ukraine.
At the same time, Ukraine's geopolitical location keeps it very attractive for Western interests. As the second largest European country, bordered by NATO members,
if you count Russia as a European country. If you don't count Russia as a European country, then Ukraine is the number one biggest country.
And Russia, and a transit country for 2/3 of Europe's natural gas from Russia, it of course plays a pretty big role in the region's stability and energy security. Couple this with access to the
Hungary is learning that pretty painfully right now.
Black Sea, where Russia has a major fleet, and you have the reasons the West
The fleet has been divided up between Ukraine and Russia, by the way. The USSR fleet, which deteriorated. I'm not even gonna get into the state of the current Russian fleet and the Black Sea, but
convinced Ukraine to give its nuclear arsenal in exchange for so-called security assurances under an agreement called the Budapest Memorandum in 1994. Throughout the 1990s, Ukraine tried balancing a cautious relationship with Russia with pursuing closer ties with Western institutions, most of which were...
Yeah, because Ukrainian people were pretty tired of all the corruption, and European Union and Western institutions were seen as a sort of guarantor of I guess non-acceptance, or even, how do you say, zero tolerance for corruption.
Still are hostile towards Russia. All the while, the country faced soaring inflation, killing living standards and eroding public trust in the new government, unsurprisingly. This caused frequent power changes in Ukraine, but it's not enough of a reason to explain two defining events in Ukraine's modern history. Let's take a deeper look.
Let's hear it. Either way, again, we just read how the shock therapy went in Poland.
Since independence, NATO has pursued Ukraine
so it is independent. It's not just so-called independence anymore.
Aggressively, hoping to bring it into the... Since independence, NATO has pursued Ukraine aggressively, hoping...
Did it? As far as I know, Ukraine has not been all that interested in NATO for the longest time. Actually, Of course it has not been. Ukraine has been one of the founding members of CIS. And being in CIS sort of excluded Ukraine from being in NATO because CIS was its own alliance sort of thing. And Ukraine was one of its founding members. Ukraine, at least for some years, believed in the CIS project. Are we even gonna learn about its existence in this video?
To bring it into the Western sphere of influence, which basically means becoming a vassal state. First,
vassal state. Just like Poland is just a vassal state of NATO. Sure. This is just an empty slogan. And for anyone who is curious what CIS is short for Commonwealth of Independent States. It was basically Russia's little idea of creating its own European Union. It was an organizational framework that was created to manage the dissolution of the Soviet Union and to create strong ties between former Soviet states, economically as well as militarily, which is why, as long as the countries chose to integrate within the CIS project, they were not pursuing alternatives such as NATO. Simple. But I guess in this guy's mind, CIS just simply didn't. CIS actually, technically speaking, still exists, by the way. It just proved to be a massive failure by the end of the 90s.
It made Ukraine the first nation to join the hilariously titled Partnership for Peace, a NATO program in 1994, followed by two other NATO-Ukraine structures in 1997 and the 2000s. These partnerships were aimed at forging closer security ties and enhancing Ukraine's defense capabilities.
I mean, looking back with hindsight, it's definitely bolstering Ukrainian defense capabilities was a good move. It was also a great move for Poland to join the EU as well as NATO, by the way.
Which is of course just code for total reliance on NATO and its productive centers, mostly the US. Despite these mostly backroom deals, public support in Ukraine for NATO membership has, historically speaking, been pretty low. For example, a 2008 poll showed that 55% of Ukrainians opposed joining NATO, while only 22% were in favor. Of course, the desires of the Ukrainian population have always been a headache for Ukrainian politicians who sought closer ties with NATO. Moving on though.
But also keep in mind that the Ukrainian population were also not that keen on Russia. And Ukraine, NATO, putting NATO aside, Ukrainian people, at least by 2013, were very much in favor of joining the European Union. Because European Union and NATO are two separate things.
Politically, Ukraine...
I don't have to explain that.
Swung wildly between Western and Russian aspirations, hence its slightly confusing foreign policy over the years. In 2010, President Viktor Yanukovych adopted a non-bloc status, meant that improving relations with Russia, which was later abandoned for a renewed push for NATO support. In addition to the Budapest...
Why is NATO such a big topic if NATO... it was not even on the table. The big topic was joining the European Union. NATO was not even on the table at that time.
Memorandum, a trilateral agreement between the US, Russia, and Ukraine signed in January 1994, committed the US to providing Ukraine with millions in financial assistance for dismantling its nuclear forces and storing fissile material. Okay. On the other side, Ukraine got low-enriched uranium fuel rods from Russia as compensation. This agreement made Ukraine one of the largest recipients of American assistance at the time. While this aid was crucial during Ukraine's early post-Soviet years, with Ukraine still doing horribly despite it, it came with strings attached, unsurprisingly. The US
big evil US strings.
has claimed as a matter of foreign policy that a stable and secure Ukraine is essential for a stable and secure Europe.
I mean, okay.
In 2016, though, the establishment of the, and excuse me for the mouthful, Vice Presidency of the Government for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration of Ukraine...
Wait, what happened between 2010 and 2016? What happened in 2014, Hakim? What happened before 2016?
Ukraine, dogshit name, let's just be honest.
Well, Was there an event that happened in 2014, starting late 2013? We're just gonna skip those events. Are we? Oh yeah, also, as we read before, Poland received the assistance of the IMF, and somehow it did not end up in Poland being a vassal state. Doing horribly.
This made Ukraine's pro-Western stance very clear. This policy was reinforced by constitutional amendments in 2019, which would
Ukraine was pursuing in the before, like by 2013 and 14, membership in the European Union, but not in NATO.
embed NATO and EU membership as strategic goals to actively pursue, and of course this was pushed through by EU and NATO-backed groups within Ukraine. Back to the video in just a minute.
And yes, a lot of people did want the European Union before because of the aforementioned corruption.
Let's hear from today's sponsor, Incogni.
No, let's not.
Incogni makes Incogni's yearly subscription, especially data brokers on your behalf, and kick back on their progress 60% off.
Actually, let's not. Oh, what happened to his face? Are we gonna talk about that? What happened here?
The Orange Revolution.
What happened to this person's face? I think there was an event. I think we're skipping steps.
Revolution, marked by widespread protest and demands for reform, occurred in November of 2004. As reports of election fraud emerged, sounds familiar, the opposition leader Viktor Yushchenko called for supporters to protest in Kyiv's Independence Square the next day. The movement was mostly fueled by the usual economic frustrations and grievances against the Russia-friendly Kuchma government, not just election fraud. The demonstrations, filled with orange banners and balloons and scarves hence the name, disrupted government operations and forced a new election. This is the official story, at least.
Oh, the official story. What's the real story, Hakim? Is it the CIA? Let me get. It's the CIA, isn't it? I bet it's the CIA, just like with Solidarity.
The truth is more complicated.
Of course.
There was genuine, non-astroturfed discontent in Ukraine at the time, but the high levels of organization from the very beginning points to an external source of, well, let's call it help.
Oh, what's that help? Let's identify the help.
In the years leading up to this moment, the US government spent $65 million supposedly promoting democracy in Ukraine.
Supposedly promoting democracy.
Mainly through organizations like Freedom House and the National Endowment for Democracy.
Oh, but what was the real reality of the situation?
Over $80 million was for election-related assistance in the 2 years before the 2004 election. Western ambassadors actively engaged with Ukraine's opposition forces.
What was the reality of the situation?
Providing all sorts of support, which some keen Ukrainian officials called meddlesome.
Oh.
It's also very convenient that election observers trained by these NGOs were responsible for the reports of electoral fraud, which lent credibility to the opposition's claim.
Oh, so is Hakim saying there was no electoral fraud and that the Orange Revolution was a farce?
Diverse methods were used to engage the public, like public transport posters and internet-organized rock concerts to attract younger voters. It sounds cringe to me, but whatever. And though the leaders of the Orange Revolution would go on to squander their political capital by squabbling over power and property, paving the way for the next so-called revolution.
Oh, the next so-called so the Euromaidan is also not a real revolution, I guess. Okay. I guess we're gonna fast forward to Euromaidan, which is another supposed revolution, but it was orchestrated by the CIA, right? You're gonna hear about the phone call and fake snipers, or rather CIA snipers or something.
This next upheaval was called Euromaidan.
There you go. I knew it. How did I call it? How did I know? How did I know?
The official story goes like this.
The official story. We're gonna hear the real story now.
These protests began in late 2013, triggered by President Viktor Yanukovych's decision to reject an association agreement with the EU and...
Oh yeah, that is in fact, yeah, that is the, yeah.
...in favor for closer ties with Russia. Demonstrators saw this move as a betrayal. The decision sparked widespread outrage among Ukrainians who were already frustrated with corruption and nepotism.
Wait, that's exactly how people at the time reported on it. Independent journalists from Poland at the end of 2013 were just spreading the official story. Independent journalists from abroad that went there and reported on it exactly as it's being described here in the official story. Were they in on it? Was all the international press in on it? On the official story?
As the protests grew, violence
Is that it?
became more and more prevalent. Yanukovych's regime responded with brutality, deploying riot police and other security forces to disperse the demonstrators. The escalation of violence, particularly during mid-February of 2014, which saw snipers killing dozens of protesters, broadened and strengthened the movement's base. Eyewitness accounts and
Damn, I'm curious what the real quote-unquote story is from 11 days ago. Uh-oh. 30 billion. Okay.
Investigation suggested that some sniper fire may have come from protester-controlled buildings, but that only adds to the chaos.
Oh, CIA.
The government's violent response only fueled further anger and defiance, leading to Yanukovych fleeing Ukraine for Russia in February of 2014. That's the official story, at the very least. Something not frequently mentioned is the role of
So he didn't flee Ukraine to Russia.
far-right groups such as the Svoboda Party.
Yes, it is! Of course it is. The right sector is always met. What do you mean it's not mentioned? Of course the right sector is mentioned by the very same international journalists that went and reported on it. It's all out there in the open for you to discover and read if you give a damn about the subject. Yes, the right sector is also mentioned as a part of this whole thing. And it doesn't change anything in the quote-unquote official story.
Although these groups were a minority, they were highly organized and played a pivotal role in the escalation and maintenance of the protests, using their considerable resources, including
Considerable resources. Now that's
thousands of
new,
activists.
considering how their gear was described by the journalists that were there at the time and reported on the thing on the ground were very interesting. What did those considerable resources go to, considering just how poorly equipped those far-right groups were?
And substantial financial backing. They were instrumental in occupying key government
What
buildings,
did that substantial backing go to?
specifically in western Ukraine. But their contribution, important though it may have been, is eclipsed by the involvement of the US and the EU. As of
The involvement of the US and the EU.
2004,
So the huge bad involvement of the right sector is that it fought on the side of the protests.
the US and EU actively supported the protests through diplomatic channels and financial aid. US Senator John McCain and Chris Murphy
What cryptic and evil music, by the way.
publicly supported the protests, with McCain even staging photo ops alongside the leaders of the Svoboda
Oh no. Supporting the protests that protested against delegalizing protests. Damn.
Party. Later, a
What
leaked
is this music?
phone call revealed US efforts to influence the formation of a post-Yanukovych government.
That's a lie, by the way. The phone call says the opposite. The phone call says that they wanted the protesters to make a deal with Yanukovych, but I guess you'd actually have to, I don't know, listen to the publicly available phone call that everybody just can Google and listen to at any moment in time. But I guess who would do that, who would actually fact check Hakim, who has 278,000 subscribers, right?
Poland likewise played an active role, with Polish...
Oh, Poland! There we go! Poland, the Polish fascists also played an active role. I forgot Poland. Who could forget Poland? Polish meddling in Euromaidan.
Politicians and civic activists highly visible during the protests, providing...
Highly visible Polish activists. Yeah, that's right. In fact, that whole thing, again, was described by the very same... I've got a whole book about it, okay? Written by Polish journalists at the time, starting from the end of 2013, moving forward to Euromaidan, how Polish journalists basically went to Ukraine, saw what was happening, and because Poland has a lot of history with independence struggle, Poland has had a lot of history of fighting specifically against Russian occupation. Polish people, some Polish people, were sort of enamored by the idea of the struggle of the Ukrainian people, and so they stayed and supported Ukrainian protesters in their fight for independence, for freedom, of course. Those were the visible activists that this guy is mentioning in the video. You know? Amazing, isn't it? If you add even the most basic facts to the thing. Some reporters even just stayed and were captured by the fight for freedom of Ukrainian people and also became activists. But that does not indicate some sort of Polish, nefarious Polish influence.
Material support, direct
to the tune of nefarious music.
Aid and diplomatic pressure within the EU to support Ukraine's integration within so-called Europe. Aid and politicians and civic activists highly visible during the protests, providing material support, direct aid and diplomatic pressure within the
EU. Yeah, good. Polish people were real allies during Ukraine's fight for freedom, of course. Good.
EU to support Ukraine's integration within so-called European norms.
Well, yeah, of course. Ukrainian people themselves were sick of the corruption, sick of the abuse. You have testimony after testimony after testimony after testimony gathered at the time through interviews. You have a lot of material to read if you're interested in the topic. And if you're not just interested in the narrative of US bad and Russia somehow by some miracle good in all of this.
Interestingly, though an attempt at steering Ukraine towards an EU future and away from Russian influence...
Not steering. People were actively interested in joining the European Union because the European Union was saw as a real chance of escaping the grip of the thing that everybody accuses Ukraine of, corruption.
The meddling of the West was still in part seen as a manipulation of Ukraine's political sovereignty. Imagine the inverse for a second though. Russia providing diplomatic and organizational aid with vocal political support for this or that group within, for example...
Yeah, well, instead Russia provided economic blackmail. Pretty cool, huh? And when that didn't work and the protests started, it just decided to invade in 2014. Or are we gonna forget about it?
Mexico. Russian leaked calls showing them basically picking who will be in the post-coup government, maybe one or two of them even being Russian citizens themselves. Wouldn't you doubt the authenticity of such a movement? Just food for thought. Before we citizens them showing them basic political support. The inverse for a second though. Russia providing
What's the inverse?
Diplomatic and organizational aid with vocal political support for this or that group within, for example, Mexico. Russian leaked calls showing them basically picking who will be in the post-coup government. Maybe.
Okay, so post-coup government. So in that magical scenario of Hakim's, would there be carte blanche for the US to invade Mexico? To annex parts of Mexico? And then a few years later do a full-scale invasion of Mexico? Is that the analogy here?
Maybe one or two of them even being Russian citizens themselves. Wouldn't you doubt the authenticity of such a movement? Just food for thought.
Of the food for thought, would it then follow that the US should invade Mexico?
Before we move on, though, I should
Interesting. We're omitting that part, are we?
mention that Russia wasn't just sitting idly by during this time.
Actually, at the beginning of the protest, like at the end of 2013, Russia was pretty much sitting idly, but
conducted covert and overt operations during Yanukovych's presidency and later on in Crimea and Donbass. The scale.
Yeah, I wonder what was the goal of those operations. Will you tell us, Hakim? What was the goal of the operations in Donbass, Luhansk, and Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea? What was the goal of those operations? Lugansk.
The scale of Russia's intervention in Ukraine around this time dwarfed previous attempts to influence Ukraine's politics in their favor.
Oh, an invasion equals trying to influence what? Okay. That is a retelling of history. If it only wasn't for the US, for the CIA, and for NATO, none of this would have happened, and everybody would have been happy. Jesus. I haven't even heard of the evil Polish influence angle before this video. This video has opened my eyes. This video has literally opened my eyes to the truth, to reality. Done. The consequence of Russia West push and pull policies, of course.
Following Euromaidan, this by many accounts illegal overthrow of Yanukovych was seen as the final straw.
What do you mean the illegal overthrow of Yanukovych? He fled. He fled his office. Illegal overthrow.
For Russia.
Wait, hold
Accounts
on.
illegal overthrow of Yanukovych was seen as the final straw for Russia.
What do you mean final straw for Russia? Ukraine's an independent sovereign country. What business is it of Russia if a government is overthrown? What do you mean final straw for Russia? That makes no sense. You might as well say, oh, the round table in Poland. The round table in Poland that caused the Polish People's Republic government to fall. Well, that should be the final straw for the USSR. Well, thankfully, the USSR was in no position then to do anything. So probably if it was, then it would have been the last straw for the USSR and an intervention would have happened. Because I will remind you, according to Hakim, the whole Solidarity movement was basically a CIA pet project and the CIA toppled the Polish People's Republic government. Just quick reminders. Why am I even saying this? Running away is illegal. Maybe. This part should become either this or this. This little red part on the map. Awkwardly being Russia.
Russia responded by taking Crimea, which they feared could host a NATO naval base in.
Oh yeah, of course. What the fuck? That wasn't even Russia's official explanation. Russia took Crimea. Russia denied even taking Crimea at first. Russia denied any sort of involvement. Russia just said that Crimea decided on its own to be independent and then part of Russia. That wasn't even part of the official narrative for a long time, that Russia just took Crimea. And now suddenly Russia took Crimea in fear of some NATO bases? Where did that theory come from? It certainly was not a theory championed by Russia itself. So I guess we're just getting some alternative theories that even Putin himself did not think of sort of putting forward when the thing was happening. Interestingly enough. No, the whole thing was like there was a referendum. There was the Crimea decided that it doesn't want to be part of Ukraine anymore. And then it was Crimea just decided it wants to be part of Russia now. There were no Russian soldiers involved whatsoever. Trust me. Trust us. Trust us. And then the ICC looked into the thing and decided, hey, this looks like an occupation. And Russia very hastily retreated from its signature of the Rome Statute, even though it never ratified it, so it didn't mean anything. But,
in the future, and work to further destabilize Ukraine until it abandons.
So that's complete and utter nonsense. I don't even know where Hakim is taking this from.
Its efforts to join the West. Since the mid-1990s.
I have no idea where this line of reasoning is coming from, since Russia itself did not push it at the time.
Russian leaders have strongly opposed NATO enlargement, viewing it as a direct threat to them and their interests. The West's insistence on expanding NATO and the gradual integration of Ukraine into various Western...
Maybe there's something, I don't know, maybe Russia did just come in and say, we're taking Crimea now, not to allow NATO bases to be built here? Maybe that's a thing.
Institutions was seen as provocative by
Hakim is gonna provide us with evidence on the claim.
Russia. It's hard to disagree with this analysis given how the US makes it clear that they'll cross all these red lines Russia feels the right to hold, and how the US...
Yeah, just Russia feels that it has the right to hold influence over, all these countries here. Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Slovakia, Hungary, the Czech Republic. All this is just, Russian, basically. God forbid, should these countries decide that they want some sort of security guarantee from, Russian influence from the Ruski Mir. That would be unforgivable.
Given how the US makes it clear that they'll cross all these red lines Russia feels the right to hold, and how the US has surrounded China and all other...
And I guess all those countries don't really have any say. They don't have any sovereignty or what's the term? Or agency, agency. Not to mention that during the visit in Poland, it was still Yeltsin at that point, said that it was perfectly fine for Poland to join NATO, and then he was reprimanded by the oligarchs and said, oh wait, no, never mind, it's not okay. Never mind, I totally lied, and what I said in Poland is totally fake and not true and not even super official. The real official line is that I don't like it and Poland should not join NATO.
Enemies with military bases. Regardless, the conflict worsened.
Also, NATO is a defensive alliance. I'm sorry, the bullshit lie of expansion of NATO, aka countries joining willingly an alliance, will not fly. It has been a narrative since all the way back as 1968 when Czechoslovakia was invaded, because it wanted to do reforms to gain some, democracy, and that was just not okay for the Soviet Union. So they commenced a special operation, that sounds very familiar, and have said that Western Germany is preparing to invade and that NATO is preparing to take over Czechoslovakia. because NATO expansion, of course. In that case, the USSR was actually selling a lie that NATO was preparing for a military expansion into Czechoslovakia, when in reality it was simply a special operation to subdue Czechoslovakia that was trying to, again, make some reforms that would bring it closer to a form of democracy. Interesting how that goes, right? Very interesting. And unlike, because you had one other sort of block of countries, which we should not forget about, the Warsaw Pact, the one alliance that was actually, not really voluntary. You could not just opt out of the Warsaw Pact like you can from NATO or the European Union for that matter.
Economic recession in Ukraine, with GDP falling by 23% over 2 years. The IMF's involvement further worsened the situation when it approved a $17 billion loan to Ukraine.
I mean, the IMF also intervened in Poland, as we can see. And Poland somehow survived and even grew, so... yeah.
2014. As usual, the IMF required Ukraine to implement neoliberal reforms and restructure the national budget around repayment of debt. In other words, economic exploitation of Ukraine for the profits of Western creditors.
Damn. I wonder why Hakim will not go to the Polish example. The Polish example that Ukraine said that would have benefited from adopting something similar. Oh, wait, that's not very convenient, is it?
In some more detail, confusing fiscal legislation, high tax rates, and preferential treatment for oligarchs severely harmed Ukraine. For instance, the 2011 tax...
But Russia's invasion, direct invasion, and taking over of territories in Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea did not severely harm Ukraine. That was fine. That was fine. Creating a whole generation of displaced people, children that were raised, as I said, under the occupation. That's fine. That did not harm. That's like, it's just the evils of the World Bank, I guess.
Tax code reduced corporate income tax from 25
That's the real evil in this whole thing.
to 16% and VAT from 20 to 17%. Yet payroll tax remained very high at 50%, placing even more of the tax burden on the working class. Laws passed in favor of the new ruling class in Ukraine originate as far back as 1991. Privatization benefited...
That whole thing simply forced Russia to invade and enact genocide. This guy gets even fact-checked by one of his viewers. Shh, don't think critically.
Big businesses and was dominated by oligarchs to the detriment of the Ukrainian economy as a whole, as
Sure, but what does that have to do with Russian invasion?
inequality continued to
The West destroyed Ukraine.
skyrocket. This exploitation is most evident in the agricultural sector from the very beginning of the so-called independence period, where
The so-called independence period.
thanks to these new freedom laws, oligarchs acquired large-scale agricultural holdings with little or no compensation for
Oh my
dispossession.
god, the holdings, the big holdings that have been the big theory of, Polish farmers that protested. I remember the holdings.
Rural dwellers. Rich landowners easily escaped the implementation
That individual farmers do not exist in Ukraine. They're only the big holdings, which are ruled by the US and I don't know, other countries.
of new laws that attempted to gain control of underutilized land while they made good use of legal evictions of those lived on the land. Legal is doing very heavy lifting there. Another great idea from American economists came within the same decade, in November of 1997. The National Bank of
Wow, literally what happened everywhere else. Shh, be quiet.
Ukraine allowed Ukrainian banks to include funds invested in the
And listen, you just gave yourself your own answer, okay, Lettuce? Because it happened everywhere else is also ripe for invasion by Russia. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome.
treasury bills market into their mandatory reserves, resulting in a decrease in reserve requirements and quality. essentially making short-term loans to the government from private actors a part of the national cash reserve. By the middle of 1998, treasury bills accounted for 12% of total banking assets and about 30
by the way, by the end of 1998, I would remind that Ukraine was still willing to integrate with the failed economic project of CIS, which Russia was not handling very well. If the EU, if the World Bank, if all the Western institutions are so bad, so horrible, so predatory, then why has Russia failed to, I don't know, make CIS work and make everybody happy?
40% of liquid assets.
We have to remind ourselves what CIS was. Oh, looky here. The Commonwealth of Independent States is a regional intergovernmental organization in Eurasia. It was formed following the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991, and it is its legal successor. It covers the blah 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 blah. As the Soviet Union disintegrated, Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine signed the Belovetsa Accords on 8 December 1991, declaring that the Union had effectively ceased to exist and proclaimed the CIS in its place. On the 21st December, the Alma-Ata Protocol was signed. Like it was... The CIS as a shared Russophone social, cultural, and economic space has its origin in the Russian Empire. Oh, Jesus. It was supposed to be a joint economic sphere. Okay? And somehow, this glorious project, by the end of the 90s, has turned out to be a colossal failure. I wonder why. Such a mystery. Such a mystery. Well, beats me how that happened.
Basically meaning the Ukrainian government heavily relied on short-term debt as cash flow, which is
like this whole premise assumes that there was no alternative to the West that was being attempted. There was, but it just was colossal failure, and Russia was a pretty big sort of culprit in the failure of CIS.
surprisingly highly unsustainable and unstable. The banking sector suffered as there wasn't much that wasn't debt that could be used to invest or provide loans with, either to state-owned industry or to private Ukrainian business hoping to grow through loaning extra cash. Under capitalism, limited availability of credit for productive investment means there's no real growth that can occur economically, rendering Ukraine even more economically unstable. Weak wages and pension policies that have
And
plagued...
that's why Russia was forced. Economic instability of Ukraine was why Russia was forced to invade, I guess.
Ukraine for decades, and poor revenue administration didn't make things better. While all this is bad, it pales in comparison to the biggest economic exploiter of them all, the debt trap.
Oh.
Ukraine is a very rich country, but to access that wealth, you need investment. If the nation is run by
Also, the oligarchy buying out land, and though it wouldn't happen if Russia was in charge, right? Right? Of course not. What do you mean? What do you mean? You have no oligarchs in Russia. You're kidding me?
and for its people, the wealth can be utilized for its people, as it was prior to independence. One Western capital and their...
Okay, that's a laugh. That's, oh yeah, of course. Oh my god, of course. The USSR was historically such haven, such safe haven for Ukraine and Ukrainian people.
Their political representation lands in a newly shock doctrine country, they're coming to make a profit, not to help. The debt trap I'm referring to is one imposed on Ukraine by Western institutions before the 2022 Russian invasion, beginning as far as 1993.
Wait, 1993, when Ukraine was still basically working on integrating with the CIS, you know, the thing that we were talking about just seconds ago, the big economic bloc between the whatever. Okay.
Already, Ukraine was the second
Great.
largest debtor to the IMF.
Great, amazing. That's okay. Okay.
After Romania and the 10th largest debtor to the World Bank. This has gotten much worse recently. Ukraine's foreign debt stood at about $8.8 billion in late 1997 and $10.7 billion in the middle of 1998. In September of 98, the IMF approved the Extended Fund Facility loan for Ukraine of $2.2 billion. Very quickly, the government...
In 1999, Ukraine was still more than open to integrating with CIS. In fact, hold on. Hold on. I actually have a source. I have a source for this. One moment. I'm gonna grab it. And here I am back with a newspaper, with original newspaper from the year, let me see, 1999. Oh my gosh, a newspaper from 1999. What does it say? What does it say? World News. It's a Polish newspaper called Rzeczpospolita. What does it say? Oh! Ukraine looks towards CIS. The government of Ukraine will put forward legislation projects that will allow it to deepen its integration with the Commonwealth of Independent States. As told by Prime Minister Valery Pustovoitenko. How interesting. At this time, Ukraine was still pretty open to integration with the Commonwealth of Independent States. You know, a joint economic bloc with Russia. What happened there? What happened? Why didn't Ukraine turn prosperous under this glorious economic bloc? What happened? Why did it turn towards the evils of the World Bank? Why did it take all those evil loans if the prosperity of cooperating with Russia was right here? What happened? Are you gonna explain, Hakim? Or maybe that's just the official story. Maybe that's a lie. Maybe the whole Commonwealth of Independent States was just a Western fairy tale trying to discredit Russia.
Government started to have problems not only with the new deficit financing, but also with rolling over the existing stock of debt they already had. The IMF's stringent conditions included the usual sell-off public assets, as well as fixing the exchange rate.
How was Ukraine already so deeply dependent from the West in the early 90s if it was still working to integrate with the Commonwealth of Independent States?
Resulting in another
I guess that's my question for the day.
death blow to Ukrainian manufacturing and insufficient official reserves, which would force the country to take out, you guessed it, more loans. Another one-year, $600 million loan followed in 2004, and a two-year, $16.4 billion loan was...
And also, how was Poland able to deal with the evil loans of the IMF and somehow not just grow more and more unstable? How did that happen? Is Poland special? Is Poland some special case? Pleading special case? What happened? How was Poland able to unshackle its... Wow, how? What happened? Hakim, explain, please. I need an explanation from you. I need,
generously provided in
Tell us what happened, please.
2008. In July of 2010, the IMF provided a $16.5 billion loan, which required the already economically struggling country to increase household utility prices and to reduce state subsidies and pensions, something the relatively old general population of Ukraine relied on as wages were abysmally low and with no tie to inflation. Prior to these conditions, Ukrainians were only paying 20% of the cost of imported gas. This IMF-imposed change led to a 50% increase in household utility prices in August of 2010, with further increases planned but postponed ahead of the 2012 parliamentary elections. I can't imagine why. By the end of 2013, Ukraine's public debt was 41% of GDP. The IMF's 2014 report projected that debt would reach 68% of GDP by the end of 2014. Basically, Ukraine was borrowing just to keep the country and government running because the currency was more and more worthless and there were no other funds they could tap into, a problem the IMF caused. The debt to GDP ratio is expected to reach between 99% and 134% by 2016, but to paint a bright picture for creditors, the IMF...
2016, sis was already dead in the water, by the way. Wait, what happened before 2016?
believed Ukraine would likely default on their debt obligations long before reaching these levels. By the end of that same year, Ukraine's international reserves dwindled to a weak $7.5 billion, which is less than half of what the US spends on its military per day. In 2020, the IMF forced Ukraine to open up its land market for sale, lifting a 19-year ban on the sale of farmland as a condition for
Interesting.
another $8 billion loan. This move was another step towards selling Ukraine to Western agribusiness, which would further consolidate ownership of land and intensify large-scale industrial agriculture in Europe's breadbasket at the expense of Ukrainian farmers. It gets worse, but you get the point by now.
Of course.
Force a loan through sketchy politics, impose the selling off of public and productive assets to private interests, watch money fall
Some
through
of these things are actually have to fact check after the fact.
corrupt holes, or be simply used to continue the functioning of the country as all the productive money-making stuff goes to private hands, rinse and repeat. Hopefully, even from just this cursory overview, you see the leading role these institutions play in exacerbating Ukraine's debt crisis.
I wonder what will happen if Ukraine was allowed to join the shared market with the European Union. Would that have any effect on... Well, not, probably not. It's not that it helped Poland. Oh wait, it totally did. Never mind. I would like to reiterate that all of this happened before the Russian invasion in February 2022. Well, a lot of it happened after the Russian invasion of 2014. But does that not count?
With all this in mind, it should be very clear that Western foreign policy towards Ukraine and Russia throughout the last few decades have produced outcomes that are opposite to those of their stated goals.
Oh.
The US says it views Ukraine's strategic positioning as a buffer
As opposed to Russian utopian vision for Ukraine with bustling public economic sector and happy citizens just like they are in Russia. True. Well said. Well said. Just one question remains on my mind. One very uncomfortable question. How was Poland able to overcome all those evil odds? How? Maybe Poland is just that special. I mean, Poland received IMF loans. And yet all this didn't happen in Poland. What was the difference? What were the differences between Poland and Ukraine? Let me think. Gosh. That's difficult. It's a very difficult question. I'll have to think about it. It certainly had nothing to do with implemented policy. It certainly did not have to do anything with Poland being actually able to join, the Western market. It certainly has nothing to do with Poland having to carve out its problem with corruption as a prerequisite to join the European Union. None of those. In fact, I believe Poland would have been far more prosperous if it just stayed in Russian sphere of influence. Probably.
for state as crucial. The liberal think tank the Brookings Institute even noted this failure when it said, but when juxtaposed with the pride and paranoia of Russians like Vladimir Putin, it inadvertently contributed to a Russian geostrategic and historical narrative that was both predictable and dangerous. Stupid Marvel movie type thinking and quips aside, there were past warnings about the dangers of NATO expansion into Ukraine, such as those by CIA Director
Yeah, there were NATO expansion. NATO expansion is, of course, when countries decide that they want some sort of security assurance and decide to ask to be allowed to join NATO, like Poland did.
William Burns in 2008, when he was
William Burns, the evil man,
serving as the US ambassador to Russia, stating, Ukrainian entry into NATO is the brightest of all red lines for the Russian elite, not just Putin. It is
Russia also very loudly complained about Poland joining NATO, so the red lines seem to be moving flexibly.
Direct challenge to Russian interests. It's not even clear the US has a good reason to think that Ukraine has a chance.
Basically, Ukraine being sovereign and independent and making its own decision is a direct, blow to Russia's interest, which, to be fair, is true from the perspective of Russia. But it doesn't mean anything substantial.
Against Russia in a drawn-out.
Doesn't mean that Ukraine should just, forfeit its decision-making.
Conflict because Ukraine has limited manpower and is completely dependent on the West for weapons and aid, which ultimately make it extremely vulnerable as shown by the progress Russia made while the US Congress bickered about a bill to send more military aid to Ukraine and the genocide.
No, the Congress didn't bicker. Pro-Russian stooges directly blocked Ukraine aid for 6 months, so there we have the level of honesty of this video on the display.
State of Israel. This doesn't mean the West hasn't benefited from allyship with Ukraine, but it's in ways that exclusively benefit those Western nations, and particularly the US, at Ukraine.
Particularly benefited those Western nations. Ukraine has liberated 50% of the initial gains of Russia. That's not a benefit to Ukraine, you think?
Ukraine's expense. The best example of this is the US and the rest of the West using Ukraine as a proxy battleground to drain Russian military resources and test the West's latest and greatest weaponry in a live fight.
Latest and greatest. I wish the West actually sent its latest and greatest weaponry. Like what? Is the F-16 the latest and greatest plane available? Is that true? Is the West, testing its greatest available jets, the F-16s? Is that it? Is that really it? Is that really the best available jet? Is that true?
Fire environment. And you don't
of course.
have to take my word test the West's latest and greatest weaponry.
I wish the West was testing its latest and greatest weapons in Ukraine exclusively. I wish. I really wish the West would not simply send its obsolete models that would have went to the scrap, and instead did send the latest and greatest. We would have had a different battlefield if that were to be the case. But it's not.
In a live fire environment.
Latest and greatest. Of course.
You don't have to take my word for it. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin explicitly stated
What?
that
U.S. Secretary of the U.S. said that the U.S. is sending its latest and greatest weaponry to Ukraine, and not its old stock that is going to be replaced. Is that what's happening suddenly? The U.S. is sending its latest and greatest weapons in large quantities as well to really drain that Russian power and really play the experimentation. Sure. That's definitely what's happening. Trust me.
the U.S. goal in Ukraine was to see Russia weakened due to the war.
Yeah, of course. What do you mean? Of course Russia has to be weakened. Yeah, of course. Of course, supplying Ukraine with weapons is all about keeping Russia strong.
This approach results in Ukraine's defense.
Latest, I can't get over this. Latest and greatest weapons are being sent to Ukraine. Latest and greatest. Even with the long-range missiles, the US has been very hesitant to send the ones that have maximum range possible.
Becoming a completely
not to mention being latest and greatest.
Secondary goal, favoring broader strategic objectives instead of, well, Ukraine and the Ukrainian people.
Yes, because the Ukrainian people definitely don't want to defend themselves against Russia. That's that's a fake, that's fake news from the West.
Increasingly, the US and NATO show less and less enthusiasm for Ukraine, even changing their tune on reconquering lost territories. Austin's comments suggest that they either prefer an endless war against Russia or one that results in settlement, as Ukraine continues to be bled dry of its already catastrophic demographics. Ukraine is an example of the total failure of neoliberal policies Western institutions and nations are so insistent on implementing in states they can easily exploit via economic shock treatment.
Poland underwent shock treatment, you idiot. Oh, thank you for the $5. So my Hissifit arc. I'm gonna... Team Fortress 2 arc. I see. Okay. Oh my gosh. Here we are. The West bad, Russia good.
For the 3 decades prior to the Russian invasion until today, a complete lack of care for the people of Ukraine has been evident, as Ukraine is dismantled for parts sold in flash sales for the benefit of capital abroad.
Of course. Wait, let's go back to the whole... Yeah, never mind. We've already read the whole Plan Balcerowicz article.
Billions in aid that Ukraine is supposedly receiving. Where is it
supposedly receiving?
All going? Despite fighting...
Oh! Okay, where is the aid go? Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear where the aid is going. Let's hear.
Separatists since 2014 and Russia since 2022. All going. Despite fighting separatists since 2014...
Oh yeah, of course. That's how the infamous Azov was born. In 2014.
And Russia since 2022, the humanitarian aid sent to Ukraine, separatists since 2014.
Also, it wasn't just separatists that were fought against, and it was also Russia, but...
And Russia since 2022, the humanitarian aid sent to Ukraine is shockingly low compared to...
No, it's... What? I would like to see some... What do you mean it's shockingly... No, it's not. Give me some data. Give me some actual data. The data is available. The humanitarian aid is not low at all. Like the whole economy is being kept afloat as part of aid. That's humanitarian aid, no? Isn't it? Is it not? No?
To the vast military support they get.
Yeah, of course, because that's what they need to push out the invader. Humanitarian aid will not stop Russia from genociding Ukrainians, believe it or not. Shocking revelation, I know. Humanitarian aid will not stop Russia from enacting more Buchas, Irpins, and Iziums. That's a sad reality of war.
The United States, of course, leads this imbalance, offering $9.4 billion in humanitarian aid while pouring $70 billion into military efforts.
Yeah, because believe it or not, military is more expensive. Shocking. Once again, shocking, I know. The military expenditure is far higher than humanitarian expenditure. How shocking. How unexpected.
The European Union, despite...
Yes, Russia's invading. Why spend money on military? This is just silly. This is silly business.
Surpassing the US in overall support, shows a similar pattern despite being more directly affected by the war.
So you're saying that the invasion should be tackled by sending by reversing this ratio? It should be primarily humanitarian aid and minimum military aid? What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say here? Also, by the way, are we forgetting, because European Union accepted refugees? You know that, right, Hakim? And you know that all the money that Ukrainian refugees receive from things like social security, social services, count as humanitarian aid, right? Even citizens accepting Ukraine into their own houses, apartments, etc. That also counts as humanitarian aid. Did you know that, Hakim? Or did that little detail sort of fly over your head?
The EU's humanitarian aid stands at $30.5 billion, but its financial and military commitments nonetheless dominate.
Yeah, of course, it's a war. What am I supposed to say to this? It's a war. Yes, of course, military expenditure will dominate in a war. Yeah, that's incredible. Incredible logic. This is incredible.
Germany, Canada, the UK, Denmark, Norway, it doesn't matter. This imbalance reflects a broader tendency among Western nations,
yeah, to want to support Ukraine in its victory against Russia. How horrible. The evil tendency of the West to... What? First of all, that's stupid. Second of all, it should be more. The imbalance should be even more, okay? The military aid should be increased. It's not enough as it stands, as it happens. Hakim.
to prioritize profits for the various companies involved.
Oh yeah, okay. Okay. Prioritize profits. Okay. That's why that's why Ukraine is receiving more. Okay.
In the military-industrial complex over essential humanitarian support.
It has nothing to do with Ukraine having to defend itself in the biggest war since World War II. It's nothing to do with that whatsoever. Listen, why didn't the US send more humanitarian aid to the USSR during World War II? Why did it send the USSR so many weapons? Why so much military aid? What was up with that? Why not? Why so profit motive? Why so profit motivated? Why didn't the US send some more humanitarian aid instead when the Nazis invaded the USSR? It's all about profit, man. It's all about the profit.
Remember, most of this
horrible
money in military aid isn't going to Ukraine. It's tax money or finance capital used to subsidize shipment orders from weapons industry that might eventually go to Ukraine. This is a gift to military industry, that's all. They're even gloating about it on the Department of Defense website. This overwhelming focus on arming Ukraine during a preventable war over the needs of Ukrainians.
Preventable war! Oh, you just thrown the slogan preventable war without even skimming through the topic of how this war could have been prevented.
Or, God forbid, diplomatic solutions to the conflict.
Oh yeah, diplomatic solutions would involve granting Russia control over huge swaths of Ukrainian territory, which we all know what entails Russian occupation.
Shows profound neglect of the essential humanitarian needs and well-being of the Ukrainian people.
Of course. Naturally, aiding Ukraine in victory against Russia is just disregarding what Ukrainian people want, of course.
This approach not only fails to address the immediate needs of these Ukrainians, but also jeopardizes the long-term stability and recovery of the country, which has already been.
Oh yeah, definitely. Ukraine's long-term, recovery will go swell if Russia is just allowed to roll over it. That's amazing.
Bought and sold as an investment opportunity for Western capital, much like what was planned for Iraq following the illegal American invasion. For the few silly people who might think I'm overemphasizing peace, as if there is such a thing.
No, I'm not saying you're overemphasizing peace. I'm saying you're an idiot. You're not overemphasizing peace at all. What you're talking about is not peace, it's surrender, basically. It's surrender of Ukraine. You're saying that what you've basically been peddling here all over this video is that the West is supporting militarily Ukraine too much, which basically is the opposite of the truth, and that it should look for solutions which are diplomatic, which basically means agreeing to Russian terms which are unacceptable to Ukraine, speaking of what the Ukrainian people want. Or are we really going to go with Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia should just go fully to Russia, no questions asked? Is that what we're going with?
I'm Iraqi. They haven't experienced the horrors of war, but I have. That's the only explanation as to why they continue to call for an endless war.
Well, guess what? Ukrainians have experienced the horrors of war and want to continue fighting because they know what Russian occupation entails.
A depopulated Ukrainian rump state run by and for EU and American business interests.
Yes, of course, because Russia... This video, I must say, weirdly, in a very ironic way, robs Russia of its agency, which I didn't expect to say, but it's true. In this scenario, Russia basically has zero agency as well. It's all about the West, it's all about the US, it's all about the EU, it's all about the World Bank. Russia actually has nothing to say. Russia is just this, passive bystander that just is shaped by the circumstances created by the West. It's incredible. It's incredible just how seemingly helpless Russia is in all of this. It just had no choice but to invade.
Diplomacy and mediation could have prevented all of this, and
Of course, diplomacy and mitigation, if only it has not been tried about 200 times and failed. If only. Oh wait, it has. Never mind. The diplomacy has totally not been tried with Russia. Totally. No, 0 times.
Can solve this issue. but peace was against the scheming of Western capital and
Oh yeah. Peace was against the scheming of Western capital. That's why the US basically invaded Ukraine through Russian hands.
foreign policy arms. That doesn't absolve Russia from what it's done, but let's not pretend
it doesn't, does it?
And this was a
It
one-sided
very much sounds like it does, actually.
conflict. Western involvement in Ukraine has been a disaster, but let's not pretend this was a one-sided conflict.
Yes, it was. I'm sorry. Even if I were to grant every single thing that you've just said, it's none of Russia's business. Ukraine's a sovereign state. What happens within Ukraine remains a business of Ukraine, not Russia. Ukraine is Ukraine. Ukraine is not Russia. Whatever happens in Ukraine is the same with the Nazi business. Even if I were to grant you that Ukraine was completely controlled by the Nazis, a Nazi state, it's an internal business of Ukraine to sort it out. Not for Russia to enter and denazify the country.
Western involvement in Ukraine has been a disaster. They have deepened Ukraine's suffering and instability for their own geostrategic ends, proving that their involvement is actively harmful. The oligarchs, both of Ukraine and Russia, managed to, somehow, care even less. At the very least, understand this. Ukraine has lowered the conscription age yet again, and millions...
Well, yet again to what age, Hakim? From what age?
...have gone abroad, never to return. An entire generation of Ukraine age yet again, and millions have gone abroad, never to return.
Yeah, why? Why did millions go abroad? Were they possibly displaced by Russia in 2014? And then in 2022? Does it have anything to do with that, Hakim? Millions of refugees that flooded Poland at the start of 2022. Wow, what could have caused the big refugee wave to enter Europe? In fact, very wild concept, Poland is preparing to receive another wave of refugees coming winter. I wonder why. What happened in Ukraine that means Poland might have to receive a huge amount of refugees in the winter? Let me think. Oh yeah, the total crippling of Ukraine's energy infrastructure. No heating. Nobody wants to freeze to death, so people will flee as refugees. Is that also the fault of the World Bank, Hakim?
An entire generation of Ukraine's youth is either dead or outside the country.
Well, that's not actually true, but...
If this keeps going, there might not even be a Ukraine left after this war.
That's just stupid.
But those trillions of
There's not even a comment to add here. That's just stupid.
dollars and resources under Ukraine need to be garnished by a
Well, you know what? Go further. Go further with the theory. Go all the way and do the Confederacy theory that Ukraine will be depopulated and Jewish people from Israel will just swoop in and turn Ukraine into the second Israel. Just why not? Why not take the theory to its natural conclusion like the Polish Confederacy Party?
The national corporations, after all. Finally, for the "this is all Russia's fault and the West did nothing wrong" crowd.
Yes, I'm in the crowd, okay. Well, I'm being addressed.
Read the following article.
Mearsheimer. Okay. Oh, of course, Mr. Realist. Okay, yeah, of course. John Mearsheimer. Yeah. What a mess.
Only the Ukrainian people can, along with working people everywhere else, guarantee their
Jesus Christ, Mearsheimer. Citing Mearsheimer.
rights, and this will happen solely through a blueprint that they built by their own hands just a few decades ago. A better world is possible.
Is it?
That's all for this time. If you enjoy what I do, then please consider supporting me on
No, I
Patreon.
do not enjoy what you do. It was a very stupid video. Thank you. Okay, then. I guess that's it. That's it for this. I guess that's it. I'm gonna finish the stream now. Thank you. We've been streaming for 1 billion hours and... Actually, how long have we been streaming? Feels like we've been streaming for longer than 3 hours. Okay, 6 hours, that's better. We've been streaming for... Oh, Barry! Did someone that just... Thank you for the $20 as a goodbye gift. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And with this, I bid you farewell. I bid you farewell. And, you know how it is. Very nice. Dzień dobry, tak, w sumie. Dobranoc, dzień dobry. Siema. Siema, siema, to nie ściema. It rhymes. So it's good. Okay, good night. Dobranoc. Dobry dzień, dobry dzień.